Hello everyone, welcome to Qatar Masters 2023 round 6. After 5 rounds, we do have a sole leader, and this is Indian Grandmaster Narayanan. He is playing with black pieces against Abdusattorov today on this table, and all the eyes gonna go to this one. Well, besides this, we have also another very important games because players had a rest day and today they are coming with new energy. But before the games are starting, it's time to take a look at the highlights of the round 5.
Hello, and we are back for round 6 of the Qatar Masters Open. And as you heard there from Ketty, well, there is one Grandmaster in the lead, Sindarov Narayanan, and he's on 4.5 points out of 5. But get this, there are no less than 12 players chasing him, half a point behind him on 4. None other than Hikaru Nakamura is in that group. Now, I'm going to be your host for the day and every other day. I'm International Master Jovanka Houska, and here to share their wisdom and knowledge is International Master Irene Sukandar and Grandmaster in the corner, Evgenij Miroshnichenko. Now, guys, yesterday was a free day. My big question, did any of you join Magnus Carlsen on the golf course?
I didn't.
Not me, sure.
Well, it's very hot here in Doha, so I'm trying to avoid any outdoor activities.
Okay, so there was a rest day yesterday. Yeah. Do you think the players will come back re-energized, or will they think actually their routine has been broken?
I think everyone would appreciate free days like this. I think it would be just we will see lots of good games, I guess, because as you said, they will be re-energized for sure. Okay. They will get all the energy back and then play their very best chess.
Excellent. And talking about their very best chess, let's take a look at today's round pairings. Now, we do have a sole leader for the first time in this competition, Sindarov Narayanan. But on board 1, he is playing on a fixed board. It is Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces. He is on 3.5 points, and he is facing off against a 17-year-old Samant, someone who recently became a Grandmaster this summer. On board 2, we have Hikaru Nakamura, also on a fixed board against the very solid David Paravyan. And now, this is in fact the real board 1. Narayanan will be playing with the black pieces against Abdusattorov. Now, are there any other pairings that catch your attention?
For sure there are. Like board 4, was it board 4? Ah, no, we've jumped. Yeah, I've seen on board 4, yeah, Marcarian, International Master, facing off against Erigaisi. And Marcarian was the one to defeat Anish Giri, one of the top seeds. We can expect.
And on board 6, it's the battle of the youngsters, Aditya versus Sindarov. So this is going to be interesting as well.
Vaishali's up there facing Gukesh, another Indian derby.
She is in the chasing pack, and we will keep our eyes laser focused on this battle. It will be epic. And let's take a look at what's happening on the lower boards, 11 to 20. And we still have some big names. Saleh playing Gregory Kaidanov, and also is Nihal Sarin is another big name. I was wondering whether we would see Anish Giri, but it just goes to show one of the world's strongest opens, and the third seed doesn't even make it to the top 20 boards.
Yeah, board 19 though, Vladimir Fedorseev kind of,
climb back.
trying to come back after disaster start. So he lost 2 first games, if I'm not mistaken, but that means on 3 out of 5 he won 3 consecutive ones. after that. And yeah, let's see.
And there I could see Anish Giri there on board 17 facing off against Bilal Belhassen. And here we go. The games are about to begin. Magnus Carlsen running the gauntlet of young Indian teenagers. And there we see young Nordibek getting ready to play off against tournament leader Narayanan. And, well, the games have begun.
No move from Nordibek, though. E4, which is a strong move.
Yeah, and he's awaiting his opponent, who is late to the game.
Right.
Actually, normally everyone comes to the venue by bus.
Yep.
So does that mean one of the buses is delayed?
That could be the reason, and also maybe they already arrived but taking their time in the refreshment area. As we know, the players have the refreshment areas here, which is very fascinating to me because the coffee machine and everything else is just like spoiling the players in between the games. So I wouldn't be quite surprised if they are stuck there.
Yeah, it could be, like if it's a couple of minutes, it could be that he's around, but, you know, kind of got distracted with this or that. But yeah, if it's an unlucky case that he did not arrive from the hotel, then, you know, what's the default time here?
15 minutes.
It's only 15 minutes, right? So luckily not a zero tolerance. Yeah, that was a harsh rule.
That was
back in the day, like zero tolerance rule.
Yeah, that was a horrible rule, actually. We saw many players forfeit their games because they were not present at the start of play. Well, no action yet on board 3, but let's go to the top of the table where Samant is playing Magnus Carlsen. Now, Magnus has not had a great run with the black pieces, half out of 2, and he was in trouble in both games.
Right. It's fair to say today he's very serious, which is indicated by his first E5 move. So E4, E5, that's, you know, the main repetitor, the main book. However, he stops right here on move 2 after knight F3, and I'm not sure what's the alternative to knight C6, to be honest, right?
Maybe Petrov, knight
Knight F6, there's also D6 as well, the Philidor.
Yeah, but then, yeah, I mean, it's a bit funny to speculate kind of on move 2, but I don't think Magnus will play the Petrov in this situation, where he needs to win with black, nonetheless, right? And for the Philidor, the probability of this specific moves order, I think, is not very high, because strangely enough, the proper way of playing the Philidor is 1d6, then knight f6, right? I thought that was the trick. Anyway, Magnus is thinking move 2.
And maybe Magnus is not on his chair right now. Maybe after he played e5, he moved up and
just ran away
walk
somewhere.
around.
Yeah. So let's just quickly check the openings in the other games then.
The simple exclamation isn't often the best, right? And there we can see he's not at the board.
He's not there.
He's not there. He's not there.
Okay, let's move down to board 2, where I know for a fact that they've made some moves. And Hikaru has the white pieces against David Paravyan. Now, when I was researching Paravyan, I actually noticed that in 2020 he was the winner of Gibraltar Masters. So he has won Opens before. And here he is playing what is kind of known as the drawing line against 1d4.
Yeah, the Tarash. Yeah.
Wasn't it like something Tarash, like accelerated Tarash, or what it was? Because the real Tarash is with the knight on g8, knight on g1, right? And here you can capture with the knight. But I guess what they do nowadays, they take after cd5, which was played, and then knight takes was played, because I thought after c takes d5, the real kind of topical theory is c takes d4, right? cd5, cd4 is like Wesley Sauce playing, and a lot of people like that. Yeah, knight takes is also playable, of course. e4, knight captures c3, pawn captures c3. Yeah, I said e4, by the way, which is not perhaps the most straightforward, but not the only move. There are other moves. And yeah, this is a very theory-heavy line, so I'm interested to see what players have prepared.
They've made a few moves. So CD5, knight d5, it indeed happens. So after e4 takes, and this is going to be a very quiet game because it's been known that in this position, black can equalize the game very quickly.
If you don't know what you're doing, it's very easy for black to equalize. I have played this with the white pieces and felt that I was comfortable, but nothing more than that.
Right.
But here, white definitely does need to know their plans.
Yeah, after short castle, white has a lot of moves, I believe.
Yeah, you can put your bishop on c4. As
Naka quickly played bishop c4, but I think like all three moves with the bishop, if I'm not mistaken. e2, d3, c4. Some people prefer to kind of start with rook c1. I believe h4 was tried by now. I mean, in every single position you can play h4, so why not here?
And one of the big experts in this particular opening for the black pieces is Lenya Dominguez. He's used it a lot just to equalize, and b6 played. This is all standard. And now white just goes about just reinforcing central control. And the key is, you do have advances in the center to sharpen things up, but you've got to time them correctly.
Yeah, like both d5 and e5 at some point can be played, but as you pointed out, like white perhaps first starts with like bringing rooks to the central files, and it's always the question, like, yeah, one rook you would feel belongs to d1, but then which one? Could be a d1 and then the other to e1, and preparing the break in the center could be f to d1 and then the other belongs to the open c line. Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely an opening battle where both sides have to tread carefully. Still no moves on board 3. Narayanan has not showed up.
Oh,
Well,
wow.
that's a big one. That's a
Okay.
big one.
Yep, well, we're still only 7 minutes into the starter play, so he does
But
have
still,
some time.
quite
to get
worrisome, to be honest.
It is a bit worrisome, just because
Oh, there you go.
E5.
He's like, okay, right behind Nakamura is Narayanan wearing the dark red shirt.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Okay. It's an e5.
Okay, and we'll wait for more moves to be played on that board. But whereas we're going to move down to board 4 between Erigaisi, Marcarian.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
And okay, already I'm liking this one because it's an opening that I'm pretty familiar with, and it's strategically something that I was looking at playing myself with the white pieces.
Okay, and now after knight h4, black is thinking how to deal with this attack on the bishop on f5.
Yeah.
So, what does black normally do in this position, Miro?
You're asking the wrong guy, honestly, because it's not, I don't think you would have this position in kind of real Chebanenko Slav, because it was with some tricky moves order, right? I mean, so white played e3, knight f6, knight 3, a6, d4. No, it's sort of a Chebanenko Slav with e2, e3, right?
Yeah.
And I thought bishop g4 is one thing you can do, right? So bishop f5 is a bit different. But queen b3, I think b5 is your kind of normal move. Even though I do remember some games with rook a7.
Yeah.
Well, it was tried, yeah. It looks very awkward, but somehow some people tried it. b5, c5, then a5 is probably a must, because otherwise after a4, it's very, your queen side is under pressure, and there'll be some idea sacrificing the piece. a5, knight h4.
And, well, my understanding is that black can go to retreat the bishop to e6, can retreat the bishop to c8, can even move it forward to g4. but I'm not so attracted to moving the bishop forward because it gives white the time to go h3, g4, c space, and black is already in big strategical danger of getting squashed. So I would be advocating bishop c8.
Yeah, but do we move the bishop is the other question.
There is also
Like there is e6, right? Which if say white captures on f5 immediately and doesn't have sort of an immediate punish, structure-wise, it's probably fine for black, right? So I would think one way of playing it would be perhaps to play a4, and I don't have, you know, the kind of the real explanation why I would want to play a4, but just in case to force the queen to go back to d1.
I was just calculating about that. I have no knowledge about this opening whatsoever with white or black pieces. But if you play a4, can I just do some tactics here? As in knight takes a4. Oh, but there's queen a5. Oh, no, but this can work. Hang on. a4. Oh, I'll put it here because this is my board. So takes here. If you take with the pawn, then queen b7. Whenever you have queen a5, there is bishop d2.
So queen b7. Right. You are. So it actually does work.
Yeah.
Right, because the bishop is hanging, and so does the rook.
Yeah.
Okay, then forget about a4. We play e6 immediately. a4 doesn't really work.
But
agreed.
One thing that I'm not that keen about when it comes to moves like e6 is that black's whole breakthrough is e5.
Yeah.
So you'll often see black do weird things like put the bishop on e6, they go knight a6, knight c7, move the bishop out of the way, you fianchetto the dark square bishop, and then when the time is right, you go e5, and it comes with quite a lot of power. If you go e6, knight takes bishop, then you lose your break.
You lose your break, but you have the square on e4 then, right? You have the square on e4 potentially, and you know what, like e5 break is designed, I mean, obviously it's a nice plan, but kind of its main purpose is not to get squeezed on the queen side. Here, unless white can sacrifice something on b5, it's not easy to squeeze black at all, right? A4 is met with b4. So I thought, like, if black can stabilize this, like play few moves like g6, bishop g7, castle, and not get kind of ripped apart immediately, I think they will be quite solid. But
I'm kind of coming around to this because, like, often the positions that I'm talking about is when white has the bishop on f4, which, and here it's on c1, which is completely different kettle of fish.
Right. Even though I would agree with the other bishop, there's nothing wrong with bishop e6 going g6 later on and playing it kind of in a solid way.
Yeah, one of the perks of being commentators is also I can learn my own chess. And now I'm just listening to this discussion between you two, having the opposed ideas, which is fascinating to me because now I can learn this position from both sides.
Yeah, it's going to be a very thematic game. It's going to be long. There's going to be, well, all the fireworks are going to be happening in the middle game. And let's go over to, I'm just taking a look at, should we take a look at how board 3 started off?
Yep. Let's do.
Okay, we have Miro's favorite, the Italian.
The Italian, yes.
But this time it is without any pawn move on A, like A6 or A5. So black voluntarily goes to B6 by himself. And well, this is one of course, like the playable ideas that black can employ. And yeah, let's see whether this pawn on A7 will ever move or not.
I think it will.
It will, right?
So I think bishop B6. Yeah. In fact, I'm trying to recall. I think at one kind of point of my journey into trying to understand, and it's a failed journey, to be honest, trying to understand all the Jacobianos, but that I had an idea why would you play bishop b6 and not move the a-pawn, but I'm not sure again. Yeah, like a5 you'll probably play nonetheless.
Yeah, but this bishop b6 used to be the main line for black long time ago. Now the modern games, we always see the pawn on a7 will move before the bishop moves. Let it be on a6 or on a5. So, and a4 is on the board, so I think at some point we will see a6 or a5 because there might be an idea of trapping the bishop on b6.
Yeah, I agree with you. And it's very popular as well these days, just to kind of expand as much as you can on the queen side. Set yourself up for a great endgame. And once again, we will keep an eye on this game because it will be super important for the standings. Because remember, Narayanan is the sole leader of the tournament.
Right.
And it gets even more exciting because I always call this kind of part of the tournament the money rounds.
Money rounds.
Yeah, because, it's not really how you start, it's actually how you finish.
Right.
Because, you put up a good string of victories and before you know it, you're at the top of the table. And let's not forget there is a nice prize fund for the winner. And let's move on down.
Okay, on board 5, isn't it Hikaru Khan?
Yes.
Yay!
AKA the good opening.
That's it, my friends. You're understanding the meaning of chess. Yeah, so this is, again, another very trendy variation.
H4.
And this is also, the play can get very sharp here, actually. Because if I remember correctly, white normally ignores the defense ignores the attack on h4 and instead targets the bishop on f5 with knight to g3.
I see. So this is what white normally does. And then if I take on h4 and then you take on f5 like this, and then there might be some attack with e6, something like that?
Yeah, the e6 is dangerous. g3 is also
G3?
dangerous.
Ah, right.
So, yeah, you have to tread with caution here on this line.
Yeah, G3 and just takes H5 looks...
Yeah, did I say h5 or h4?
No,
I
you're
get my
right.
coordinates a little bit wrong.
No, you're right. G3 and then up to H5.
So knight g3 is looking very likely. And what are the other alternatives for black here, apart from taking the h4 pawn?
Well, normally black will develop the knight or just step back with the bishop, put the bishop back to g6.
g6,
And it's not a big deal if white targets the h5 pawn, because your argument is that black has used so much energy in... Sorry, white has used so much energy in winning that pawn, and then they can't even move the piece from there.
Yeah. Well, I think Karthikeyan got all the energies from yesterday's rest day, so he doesn't mind putting all his energy now to the h5 pawn. Okay, well, we'll keep an eye on this game for sure, because this is going to be one of your favorite games in this round, because this is Caro-Kann. I am wondering what's happening on the youngsters board between Aditya Mittal versus Sindarov.
Yep, let's head there. Aditya has, he's proven himself to be very well versed in opening theory. Who can forget how he outclassed Anish Giri in a sideline of a sideline, which was then repeated by streamer Eric Rosen.
Yeah. Which happened to be, remembered by the players. And then during the game, they're just trying to remember the game between Anish Giri and Aditya Mittal. Yeah, so what do you say about this position, Miro? This Grunfeld looking like position?
I don't know. C6 apparently is sort of a more than... No, it's not. Now that I'm checking C6, some people play, like Gata Kamsky played a lot of C7, C6 after Queen B3, because after Queen B3, DC4 was by far the main line. Like very popular, there's like DC4, Queen C4, castles and so on. Right, this one after C6, and what did he do? He went C takes, right, and that's it. So you can still find a lot of games, most of them, not a lot of new games though. So Kamsky tried it a few times, and that's pretty much it.
And Bishop G5 is on the board.
Bishop G5 is on the board, yeah. Was played in 1995, for instance. Piquet Kamsky.
Your own.
Yep. Was played in 92, was played in 78, and kind of latest game I see was Buksanchi against Adriasan back in 2017. So it's a rare but perhaps reliable system. So you don't have a lot of games, but yeah, the results are kind of fine, and Yeah, people play it from time to time.
Right.
You could think of it as, you know, as of exchange for, not French, but Slav, yeah, exchange Slavs, CD5, CD5, and then what happens, black goes G6, bishop G7, which isn't perhaps the first thing you would do in the exchange Slav, but white also kind of misplaces the queen, I want to say, queen B3. We'll see.
Yeah. But it does seem like a good system. I mean, black's play is, I guess, is quite natural. We put the knight on C6. Although the question is there a problem already with the D5 pawn?
Is the pawn kind of hanging or not? And I would believe like Grunfeld players would just castle here.
Castle here?
Yeah, castle.
Okay, let's demonstrate it.
Yeah, like bishop takes.
Yeah. And let's say queen takes here.
Yeah, if queen takes, I thought maybe knight C6.
C6?
Say, yeah.
And then queen takes queen?
Yeah, like queen takes queen, rook takes queen, E3, and the big hope was that E5 will work. Once again, I have no idea if it does. And work as in you cannot play D5. Like if, say, E5, D takes, knight takes happens, I would claim that it's kind of enough pawn to play. But D5 is the big question, right? Okay, this should be, should be enough.
But after D5, there is knight
D5, knight B4, castle long. Yeah, this is the line that I was kind of slightly worried about. Because black obviously has some tricks, but if none of those tricks work, then like, next move A3, and it's just a pawn up.
But it's very, very dangerous because you feel like almost E4 could be...
Yeah, E4 and then
E4 knight takes.
If you take, then bishop out.
And
no,
B1.
Actually, I wanted to go...
Yeah, but that's why I said...
Oh, no, knight takes bishop. Oh, my goodness me.
That's why I said I'm not sure. Yeah, and bishop D3.
Yeah, bishop D3, and then you kind of like, okay, going to this position, I think this should be fine.
Bishop takes, bishop... Oh, and we are a pawn down still, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but this knight is standing very strong. There's nothing that's going to attack this knight, and you have this A5 to summon it.
But we are a pawn down, Irene. We are a pawn down. Seriously. Anyway.
This is the Soviet school of chess.
No.
Pawn is a pawn.
No, it's not a Soviet school, in fact. No, well, that's strange. I mean, it's a lot of, the kind of misconceptions about Soviet school. I would say Soviet school would be other way around, or rather, Soviet school I was brought up with. That you always would trust in kind of compensation when your pieces are slightly more active, because you would be too lazy to calculate.
Okay.
And now you have to calculate and... and you just say, okay, it's a pawn or black has full compensation, equality, blah, blah. But if this line kind of fails for black, then I'm slightly less confident the whole position is good, because how do you guard D5?
Well, you can counterattack D4. That's like a common idea in the pan of Botvinnik. Yeah, you...
Knight C6, but then after E3...
But I mean, maybe you don't castle, maybe you immediately go knight C6. You get some time.
I don't, not here, right?
No, not here. I mean, earlier on.
After bishop G5.
Yeah, after bishop G5, knight C6.
E3, but what do we do?
And you've got... So again, now here you have to take the decision. So could you go all Slav-like and go knight A5? Although
perhaps.
The bishops... No, this should be fine.
Perhaps, yeah.
I'm just trying to handle this position like I would.
And after
a close
check.
And then you go bishop D7.
Like this.
And then then you get now you can go E6, right? And it's
E6, bishop D7.
Oh no, bishop takes bishop. Oops, there's a pin.
No,
there's a pin.
There's
bishop takes D7.
We just lost a piece.
I did just lose. Way to go me. No, I guess you have to go knight C6. Back again.
C6.
Right, and then they
then if I take this
up pawn again.
And then take this.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. It's kind of tricky.
I've already blundered material, so
it's kind of tricky.
Yeah.
Yeah. No easy way to defend this D5 unless you go immediate E6, but.
Well, that kind of feels wrong.
Yeah, because the bishop here, is kind of closed. But what else can you do in this position? Let's take a look. Bishop g5.
Okay, I have an idea. So knight
Knight c6.
No, I can't make it work.
Well, Gata, I just checked. Gata Kamsky was playing e6. And knight c6, e3, e6 is another way.
Oh, knight c6 first?
Yeah, knight c6, e3, e6, yeah, same. But honestly, now that I'm looking, this specific line where white goes bishop g5 actually has very good starts for white. So
Because
I'm a little bit confused, right?
it's like you said at the beginning, like if you faced this in an exchange love, you would nowhere go
Yeah,
g6.
bishop g7 is a little bit, yeah, a little bit strange. All right. And you know what? Like if you ask the machine once again, it's not deep or anything, but still it says white's better. Black has to play e6 pretty much immediately, or knight c6, e3, e6. So you do play the exchange slav with very strange bishops placement, like one on g7, the other one on c8.
Yeah. And how much better is white? Just small advantage.
0.6, 0.7,
Okay.
something, yeah. So,
It can be
well,
quite significant. So clever choice from Aditya there. And remember, Sindarov has a really tactical style. He will be looking at solving his problems in an aggressive manner. And
he's played knight
played
c6.
Knight c6, okay. But after e3,
Yeah, he has to play e6
he has
next.
to play
Yeah.
e6.
yeah, but that's, you know, a little bit surprising if we say Sindarov's kind of aggressive style and so on. Then after queen b3, c6 is a very strange choice because, once again, on move 5 after queen b3, you're a Grunfeld player. You should know that capturing on c4 and entering those sharp lines should normally be your choice.
Okay, let's move down. Let's check out Jumabayev, and then the match for me is between Gukesh and Vaishali, because Vaishali, she's had a tremendous performance so far. I think it's 2,700 plus. And okay, here we have a Rogozin where white has clarified in the center.
Looks like no problem for black whatsoever.
Well. Having played this as white, there's a small nibble. And it's based on the fact that you are going to go queen b3. And after bishop takes knight.
Right immediately, or?
Yeah, I think you should do it.
We should do it now?
Yeah, I think you should do it now.
And then bishop takes.
And after bishop takes, you got to take with the queen, I think.
Wait,
but you got to be careful because g5. Because
Do we
normally
have
what
to
you
take?
do is after queen takes bishop and say they castle, you go knight to d2 to stop g5 and knight to e4.
Do we have
Yeah.
to take as black? I mean, what's wrong with a move like queen b6 or something? So, I mean, I'm not trying to
Yeah.
play the Rogozin, I'm trying to play the Carlsbad. And by Carlsbad standards, I've developed the bishop on f5, right? And then,
And I guess,
like-
yeah, maybe this has just been very clever move order from black.
from what I can remember, like early bishop f5 can be quite sharp. So white pretty much has something. Maybe queen b3 immediately, but, like,
right.
where it gets quite sharp, where you have to play like super precise moves and so on. But white's last couple of moves, e3 and bishop e2, do look very modest. And
Yeah.
then I'm thinking, yeah, maybe I don't have to exchange on c3 after queen b3, right?
Right. Because I just want to because normally in this type of position, let's say black has castled maybe instead of going c6.
Yeah.
And then you are kind of forced to go bishop takes knight. But, well, the players being very smart with their choices here. And it does look like black doesn't have any problems. Let's go down to another board, Gukesh against Vaishali. Because these two are
Here
played...
we have the Tarash, the real Tarash. So c5, c takes, c takes. There is, what is that? On move 7, I think, on move 7 you can capture d4, go bishop c5, and this is like a trendy line, right?
Yes.
And the one that we have on move 9 going c4 was at some point in kind of opening theory was very kind of very thematic. Like the whole question was pretty much like if you can or cannot go c4, because white's most straightforward move, if I'm not mistaken, is to go knight e5 after
Yes,
c4.
that's my understanding of the
Right,
position
knight,
that you go in.
knight e5, and then I wish I would remember
I think you
what,
take on
what the
c6.
plan is.
Well, isn't the plan to destabilize with b3?
Yeah, yeah.
One, and then another one is to perhaps go e4.
E4 is one thing, b3 is the other thing. But I'm just not sure what black's move is here. Is it bishop e6? Because now white does threaten
I'll
the
help
d5
you out.
pawn.
So
It's-
after knight e5, bishop e6 is the main idea.
Bishop e6.
Yeah. And then white has a choice between taking the knight or
Which
playing
knight?
Oh, yes. Bishop.
Knights-
No, knight takes knight.
Knight takes
Knight takes
knight,
knight,
pawn
okay.
takes, b3, queen a5, something like that.
Yes,
b3, queen a5.
that is
But that-
exactly the theory.
Right,
Queen
but
a5.
that's kind of an old theory, right? Or maybe not so old theory.
No, it's old.
Is there a game of Alexander Grishuk with black?
Yes, against Barev
Yes.
from 2002.
Okay, that's old.
Oh, it was
You lo-
literally just yesterday.
So e3, bishop e6, knight d2 is something, well, playable perhaps, but doesn't seem to be like too scary. White.
Yeah, it's interesting because Dinglaran had a game with it in
As white, yeah.
2018. Yeah, he went e3, and after bishop e6, he immediately challenged the pawns on c4 by playing b3, which makes a lot of sense. But Gukesh,
So knight
Playing a
d2 is
different
tricky,
move.
right? Knight d2 is...
Yeah, Gukesh played another different move, that knight d2, but I think eventually b3 is the idea, yeah?
It's b3, there is also...
well, still in the realms of theory, black has responded with queen a5. That's the main move. Also, rook c8 has been played, knight d7, but that doesn't seem so good to trade off dark square bishops.
To go queen a5 to
Queen
stop
a5
b3,
is-
in fact.
Yeah, queen
Yeah,
a5 directly stops b3.
Stops b3, perhaps prepares b5 if black wants it.
Yep. Although you do have to be careful there because there is a lot of pressure
Yeah,
on
like d5 pawn.
d5 pawn,
D5,
bishop
yeah.
takes knight.
So what if I just play rook c1 here? And then what can black do afterwards? Maybe put the rook on the center?
Maybe rook rook d8. One of the
F
rooks
D8.
to d8, yeah.
Rook a or rook f, yeah?
One of the rooks just puts something on d8.
I think rook f maybe. And then the other rook on c.
Okay. And the whole kind of question would be, is b3 any good, right?
Are you not getting in trouble with the rook? So the first move that I would
Hence,
be
yeah.
thinking
Bishop
about is
A3.
bishop a3.
Yeah, but hence the question. If there would be no bishop a3, then I would just think that, yeah, white's super happy. And after bishop a3, my idea was to capture on f6 first, like bishop takes, pawn takes,
And then go rook c2.
and then maybe just take
Take
c4, or is it too optimistic? Kind of sacrifice the exchange.
Yeah, go for it.
So
Okay.
b takes c4. Let's say if black takes c1, queen takes c1.
And you cannot take on c4 because of d5?
It's hard to tell. It's like dc4, d5 perhaps is closer to equal, I want to say. Even though the pawns are damaged, right? So you take on d5, knight d5, right? Rook d5. Can take c4 with a tempo, but still queen somewhere. I think you take knight c4, yeah, like queen c5 or
C5.
something.
Takes this.
So it's still, you can't really judge this, but it has to be analyzed further, right? Is white on time with some threats, or is black stabilizing? So there's one thing, but apart from playing d5, can you do something else? Perhaps the answer is no. No, I was hoping for, like, say, knight c2 e4 maybe, and just win one pawn for an exchange and play with these weaknesses. But yeah, maybe it's not what you want.
Well,
Tricky.
it is tricky, and we will keep an eye on this game. Can we go back to the Magnus Carlsen game on board one? Because the players have been playing a lot of moves.
Yeah, so we saw it after knight f3, and then we were debating what Magnus will be playing on the second move. He ended playing knight c6, and then we see rook lapis on the board. And after knight f6, castles, b5, bishop b3, still in the realm of theory, and d6. c3 castle, h3, and we see a briar. Knight b8, d4, knight bd7, knight bd2, bishop b7, bishop c2, still pretty much theory. Knight f1, bishop f8, knight g3, g6, and after a4, knight b6. I'm still trying to remember the theory in this line with a4. Is knight b6 a main line here?
I wish I would remember. I'm almost sure there was a game with b4, a4, b4, pawn sacrifice, but I might be confusing things. Like b4, c, b4, d5. No, not sure if it's a thing. Knight b6, a5, knight back to d7. I surely remember there were some games like this. So it could be that knight b6 is the move.
Yeah. But after knight b6, white played b3, and ba, a5. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, Magnus also employed this variation against Vasily Vanchuk at the FIDE World Cup, and it went successfully for Magnus.
Yeah, I was just checking out the theory.
Mm-hmm.
So BA has been played.
Knight b6
And
is
A5.
not the most popular.
No, it's not the most popular, but it does have pedigree. I see Jumabayev has played it, or Paravyan, who is a serious theoretician, and Taibo.
You know who else played this line, this move a few times? One Magnus Carlsen.
Mainly Jumabayev.
One Magnus Carlsen, Vaishali Carlsen, I can see, as well as Anand Carlsen.
Yeah, and what is White's main response is to go bishop d3. Just a maneuver.
In this position.
Yep, in this position. Rook to b1 has also been played, but even bishop g5 has been tried, as well as bishop b3. I think bishop d3 has a lot of sense, get the bishop to a better diagonal. I also quite like rook b1, although at least you get your rook to an open line.
Yeah, what's interesting to me is usually when you're playing against briar like this, you'd like to establish some control in the queen side, because white's pieces, they just want to attack on the king side, and what white is doing in this position is actually to open it up. So I would play a5 maybe in this position in a heartbeat, because I don't know, you see so many games by Karpov in Rulopes as well, and how he just closed the queen side and then starting to focus on the king side, something like that. So thinking about the classical ideas, but maybe it is a modern approach right now to actually play in the center and queen side. So, and this knight b6 is relatively lesser known than other variation. So maybe also it's a question whether white knows how to deal in this situation or not.
Yeah. So you're basically saying you don't like b3?
No, I don't like b3.
Yeah, 9 out of 10 times Irene would recommend a5, kick the knight away,
Yeah.
and then focus on the king side. I kind of like it. It's a very maximalist approach, Better on all sides. Here, I agree with you. Here, the pawn on a4 is a potential target.
Yeah, but when Carlsen played knight b6, of course, that he considers a5 as the main approach by white, and I'm sure he knows what to do. Obviously, it's like an invitation. I play knight b6, come, play a5, and then close the matter.
Yeah, well, that's a psychological point, right? So you're playing someone stronger, and they play a move like knight b6. Do you go for the most obvious move?
Yeah, I don't.
Or,
It's,
you know,
it depends on the preparation, I guess.
Yeah, it could be that, you know, because I'm checking Magnus's games, yes, and he did play knight b6, according to my findings, couple of times. And once against Anand, A takes B was played, and against MVL a couple of years ago, MVL did go for A5, and the game finished in a draw nonetheless. I mean, I don't know how eventful it was. Yeah, I think at some point MVL was better. So maybe it's a little bit provocative, this knight b6 move.
And according to Engine, after knight b6, what is the best reaction for white?
We shouldn't trust this engine
Yeah.
much, to be honest, because like it's, you know, in Breya, you either need an engine which is capable of, you know, digging it as deep as depth, like 50 or something, 40, because position is still, there is like no straightforward best move. If it would be, say, a5 plus 1 and all the rest equals, then, yeah, it says a b5, it says bishop g5, now it changes to like b3.
yeah.
So,
You guys mentioned the engine there.
right.
And you also mentioned how this is quite a low, kind of, what would you kind of describe it? A low kind of capacity engine. I'm not quite sure how to say it. But you obviously can get cloud engine supercomputers. How important is this for preparation? I mean, would you say to the average person playing chess that they should run their opening repertoires through these machines?
Do they must do it or not?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the question. You know what? Once again, I won't bring kind of analogies with any other games, but there is such thing that you don't like to do it, but you have to do it. Otherwise, the one who does it will have kind of a bit of an unfair advantage, right? So if all the players would agree, no, we only analyze with laptops, then it would make everybody's life so much easier, right? But yeah, I think like on the very top, you absolutely have to do it, especially if you're playing, you know,
In the high-level tournaments, yeah?
Not only that, but like super sharp lines, and you, like on a very high level, you end up playing it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you play something which is like principle and sound, and your opponent can choose like really the line which requires you to play super precise and very deep. For an average player, I don't think you really like must do it, but sometimes it's helpful.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's helpful.
Okay.
I think it's the work for the coaches too, or your seconds to do that. Because for me, I can actually count how many times I use the cloud engine to analyze, because even for the normal engine that I have on my computer, I'm trying to understand the moves. Sometimes it's very hard to understand the moves, let alone to play it on the board, because if you don't really understand the whole point of the line, and then it gives you some doubt on playing that line, and then in some moment, you know, in the middle of the line that you already played, and then you open and try to play something else that you don't really understand, you know, it can actually confuse you a lot, and then things will just go downhill very quickly. So I think I'm still working on my chess understanding. I think it's very important. Engine can be used for opening preparation, of course, but it is very important also to understand the basic logic behind every move.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's important. But one thing that I would also add as well is that I think is actually, especially at the lower levels, much more important to practice these positions. So say you're planning to play this idea. I would say get out your phone or get out a physical chess set and actually play the position. And if you don't want to depress yourself too much, have switch sides so that the computer is playing your variation. Because if you play your own variation against the computer, it will squash you. You will feel like you're the worst chess player in the world. And no one wants to have that feeling before a game of chess.
May I ask you to have a look at board 4?
Of course.
Because reasons. I mean, whenever Whenever you'll see the position, whenever you see the position, you'll...
Let's go back to move 8.
Move 8. Okay.
Yeah, let's
after
go back to
knight
move
h4.
8.
Yeah.
Okay, and now after knight h4, we were discussing. I told you guys that the main moves, according to the database, was actually to go bishop c8 to undevelop. Now, there was no way I would have predicted after f4 that the next move would be
Knight
Knight to
g8.
g8. But did someone tell him he cannot undo the pawn moves? Because, like with the pieces, you can return back, but you can't really go back with the pawns. No, well, perhaps I can see his point. It's still a very weird kind of move to make, but I think, yeah, like e5 now is
E5
sort
is
of a
the-
threat
yeah.
because the knight's on h4. Quite possibly the knight will go to f3, I wanted to say, when exactly the moment where Erigaisi played it. And now I believe black wants to play f5 and just kind of barricade everything, which does seem to be very risky because you're lagging in development so much. But if you can do... Yes, the knight is on g8, I can see from a camera view, so that's my point, because I was... kind of a part of me would believe it's just a transmission error. But yeah, the knight is on g8.
Oh, hang on a
F3.
second.
Right.
Okay, so I thought this position was so weird that for the first time, I turned on the engine. And if you were to go f5, that would be actually quite...
A terrible mistake.
It would be a terrible mistake, because it's even possible to punish this move
Sacrifice on b5?
by sacrificing on b5. And also, get this, check it out. If you were to play a4...
After knight
after
f3.
b5...
And he did.
A b4, sorry, and then you go knight takes pawn.
And then
Wait a
it's
second.
like this.
Strafe.
And then now bishop
Bishop
e5.
Yeah, okay. What happened, Marcarian played a4. a4. So, kind of...
Can we finish
Chasing
with
the-
this one? It's just
Sure.
intriguing. So after, okay, I know the basic ideas, but I just want to see if
Yeah,
there
we
is
should-
any direct finish to this. So it's either king moves or blocking the check with
If you
something.
block the check, I guess queen takes
Queen
Queen
takes
takes
d5,
d5,
yeah? So
basically.
something like
Yeah.
this.
It's
plus
going
queen
to be-
d5. Okay.
quite nasty. So I guess you have, if you want to,
King f7.
you're going to have to
King
go on the
f7,
run with your
and then on
king, but then you
e6,
get
rather,
chased again. The
f6,
knight
yeah.
comes to e5. You're
e5.
gonna have
No,
to
that's
settle on
terrible.
f6.
That
And
is terrible.
from now on, e4 is also, I mean,
g4, e4.
yeah, e4.
Yeah, I agree
Yeah,
with you. It looks terrible, but I mean, during the chess game, you still have some doubt if you don't have any knowledge about this position.
Totally. And it's
Yeah.
also, you have this hesitation that you're going to sacrifice a piece.
Yeah.
It's not easy for a lot of us to do.
No, not easy, especially if you don't have a direct win. You still have to,
I'm just
make
laughing
lots
at
of
the position. It's so rare to see it with
Oh.
all the starting pieces.
And the king.
The only thing is
so
developed
fun.
is the king.
Is out there on f6. This is
Yeah,
the
yeah.
kind of position that you spot in the under 7 section at the bottom.
Yeah, but honestly, I wouldn't agree with you. So that it's hard to say. It's hard to perhaps to kind of work it out till the very end. But I'd be asking myself a bit different questions. Not trying to calculate the line, but like it's clear my opponent does something very provocative, right? And on the other hand, like after a4, b4, if I'm not sacrificing the piece, that means he's going to get away with it. Like I'm moving the knight back, he'll develop like knight f6, protect everything. So kind of by, if there is, say, something, if there is justice in chess, right? So one of these sacrifices has to work.
Right.
And that's, yeah.
Yeah.
So even if there is no checkmate, it does look very promising.
Yeah. Well, that's one way to put it. Just because, I mean, at some of my games, I don't ask this question to myself. And hence, I don't know what I was going to do. So if I have this knowledge, I have this wisdom of asking the question, like, what else can I do in this position if not sacrificing something? I just have to make it work, even though we cannot see the end of the variation, but at least, we already have something for the game. Yeah, so, yeah, that's...
After e4, though, after e4, is there anything? So now we don't think there is anything but to move the queen, right? Queen, where does the queen go? C2 or...
Or D1.
is the
Not A3 for sure, yeah?
not A3. I mean, strangely, it's not the end of the world if you go to A3, but what's the
Yeah.
point? Yeah. What's the point? So you certainly go behind 1 or 2 squares. After queen d1, can black kind of continue doing fun stuff and go bishop g4? Again, some nasty questions there. Bishop g4. So to kind of get rid of the bishop and then barricade it once again. So hence I would probably prefer queen c2, even if this one's not any good, but just just not to give extra options to your opponent. So after a4, queen c2. Still looks very attractive. So I'm not sure about Marcarian's opening choice today.
I'm not sure about the setup for black after queen
Yeah,
c2
like knight
here.
g8. Knight
Yeah.
g8 looks impressive.
I think not knight g8. I think g6 would have been
They've
fine.
been okay.
Or, well, fine, slightly better for white, but knight g8 perhaps is one step too far. But it is a closed position.
This
Let's
one's
not.
not too far from the center.
Yeah,
It's a novelty, by the way.
Oh, it is.
yeah, it is.
There've been games beforehand, like in all games that reached this position, g6 was
G6,
played.
yeah.
Yeah, and with quite some names playing for white, like Elyanov, Gelfand, and perhaps that be it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the point that I was trying to make was that, yes, black has taken liberties by going knight g8 and bishop c8, undeveloping, but the position is closed. And if white isn't able to establish something right now, then once black has kind of just done his development again, then maybe he will be okay in the sense that he's just slightly worse and the position is passive but solid.
Yeah. Even though when you check it with the machine.
Our machine hates it, right?
Yeah, machine hates it, and moreover, like in our game, like after queen c2, there is one more idea that is not very common, but perhaps works if kind of your opponent keeps insisting on moving the pieces to initial squares, which is to go b2, b3 with white pretty much on the next move, and then take with the queen, and then go a4 and open the queen side, while black is still severely undeveloped.
Yeah. Well, we will see whether Marcarian gets away with quite a provocative opening there. Where else shall we go to? Shall we take a look at Hikaru against Paravyan?
Yeah, but it's move 18, and it seems that they both know what they're doing. So roughly spent 15 minutes each.
So we saw after bishop c4 here, and castles, and b6. Yeah, we saw it after here. And then Hikaru chose to move rook a d1, and the other rook to e1. Yeah, this is very solid approach.
Knight to f6.
And move the bishop back to d3, and queen f4.
Queen c7, and queen h4, h6, h3. There must be games still.
There are games.
I'm almost sure.
And, okay, white has played e5, rook e3, the roving rook. h3 has also been tried, bishop b1.
Bishop e1, yeah.
And I guess as we have the benefit of being able to take back moves, maybe we should look at the most straightforward move, which is to go e5.
In this
Is
position.
that a good idea? Yeah.
So the knight, without any thinking, I'll put on d5. I don't know whether it's a good, but I think it's pretty bad because now the queen can go to e4.
I mean, instead of h3, but h3 is played already, right? Or
Is h3 just a waiting move, or what is the idea behind it?
don't know.
wait.
It was played
Just
Pass the
wait.
turn, yeah?
one,
Yeah, and
kind of
also
one
make-
move only.
Gets the space with the
Get
king.
space with the king. I mean, yeah, just pass the turn, but also doing something that is useful.
Yeah, because it's not necessarily clear, right, that the rook wants
So
to go to the center.
e5 apparently is not very good.
Okay, very
because
good.
black can capture on f3 first.
Okay.
I don't know if it's...
No,
yeah,
but this
that's-
is
It's the
the
clue.
kind of
Yeah.
So you
Thing
take
that
it
we-
back with
Bishop
to
takes,
know.
pawn takes, knight d5, and Compi likes it. He also likes it after knight d5, but yeah.
And
it's
so
what it
after
is.
queen e4, just simply play
G6.
I guess
g6 and
G6,
stop
yeah.
everything. Yeah, and this knight is so strong on d5.
Black already has control over the c file, right? The knight on d5 is nice, and
And knight c3 is also threatened, forking the rook and the queen. Okay, so very instructive to know that e5 is a mistake. So what about the pass move?
yeah, like h3. One of those positions where kind of, you would think that the plans are absolutely defined, at least for white. Like white wants the king side, initiative, attack, whatever. But when I look at what computer does, like in those lines, I mean, the lines are all 0, 0, 0, and the moves computer plays a set of moves like bishop to b1 and then queen back to f4 if white queen goes to c3, for instance. It's something that I would describe as shuffling around,
Yeah, here Paravyan already did rook f d8.
Rook f to d8, okay.
And maybe now it's time to play bishop b1.
Now you can change your mind and go bishop f1 as well, or a4. No, I mean, I don't think we have to pay too much attention to those computer moves
Rook
because
e3.
rook e3, well, at least this one is a move with, with the idea,
With
move
some-
with purpose.
Yeah, with purpose, yeah.
So there'll be, once again, I don't know how this is going to materialize, but I would expect like jump with the knight and then shift the rook on the third rank. Yeah.
But jumping with the knight now,
Easier said than done. D4 is hanging.
D4 is hanging.
Absolutely.
so maybe at some point this bishop on d3 has to be moved, and after that knight e5 is the idea. But yeah, I like this type of chess, when you're not really showing your idea, but actually showing your idea. It gives lots of confusion room for your opponent to think and then try to guess, where you want to go. This rook lift, it can be going to the king side, but sometimes it's also useful just being on the center. So I like this type of strategy.
Yeah, it's a tense game. The question for black, though, is what to do next. And I would just say wait and see for white to reveal their cards. Maybe a6 to provoke b5.
A6 is the move. There is some idea to go queen d7 and queen a4, what computer kind of turns to like, but again, not sure of it. So now, yeah, can we make a few moves?
Yeah, of
Queen
course.
d7, computer tends to like black slightly, ever slightly, like minus 0.2 or something, but the moves white's playing are king h2, queen a4, rook g1, which kind of, yeah. So let's go king h2.
King h2.
King h2, yeah. And if black goes queen a4, which he was sort of planning to, then one of the moves to play would be rook to g1.
Okay.
I wasn't expecting
And,
that. I was
like-
expecting rook d2.
Yeah.
I guess g4, g5 now,
Is the
since
idea,
there is like nothing to control the f4 square, right? Well, with black's queen on c7, whenever you would try g4, the queen f4 would be the answer. Now, yeah. And now, once again, it's equal because of some knight h7 and stuff.
Then h7.
Knight h7. Yeah, I mean, if you don't play knight h7, then g4 practically wins, interestingly. So, once again, I don't expect this to happen. It just kind of to showcase that there is, kind of a loaded spring in this position. So, whenever you make one wrong move, all of a sudden white's initiative on the king side can be very, very threatening.
Right.
Well, this one is going to be very interesting. I don't think I've ever seen that plan with queen to d7 and queen a4.
Well, I've seen this plan with king h2, or usually in Sicilian, but it's
Yeah.
reverse color with the hedgehog system. You play king h8, rook g8, and g5.
Yeah.
Or maybe what also could do it, but not via this opening choice. Yeah, it's interesting.
Okay. Let's move around and have a look at some of the other games. Can we go back to Aditya against Sindarov? I'm just fascinated by the way that Aditya plays the openings, because there's clearly a lot of thought, a lot of preparation behind them. And I liked this particular opening from him. And now we've seen the insertion of h4.
H4, castles and bishop e2. Yeah.
So what will white do after h6?
I guess the whole point of h4 is not to, not to push h5, but make sure that the bishop can be saved. So you go to f4, in fact, and you've achieved what you would have in, once again, the Slav, the exchange Slav. The bishop on f4, right? And knight h5, the bishop can be
On h2?
Can be hidden on h2. Yeah. I don't think knight h5 is the good move. It's just to illustrate. Just to illustrate. And black's problem overall is that it's not that much to do for black, right?
Maybe black has to start focusing on developing the bishop on c8.
Yeah, but
But how, yeah?
how do you, yeah, like bishop d7, technically, even if, say, the pawn is not attractive, which probably it is not, but bishop d7, it's not, you moved the bishop, but you did not develop the bishop, right, with bishop d7, so that's, I think, yeah, by the way, like for beginners, it's a huge, misconception. So like developing the piece, like a lot of guys I see that they say, okay, but I was developing the piece. Yeah. Do you understand it? On d7, it's sometimes worse than on c8. Yeah, but to develop the bishop for real, it's actually not clear at all what you do, right?
And also a big question for black to answer is h5
a threat?
threat?
Yeah. So he did go h6. He did go h6. So I'm expecting bishop f4. Yeah, he was played. So bishop f4 played relatively quickly. And what happens then?
Yep. And again, the question for black to think about is whether white is actually planning a kingside attack with like moves like knight or castle queenside for sure, knight to e5, g4, storm the kingside.
Could be this. No, it's super awkward for black. Could you think of like a6, b5? And I don't like it, but I mean, just to get some sort of activity. Because otherwise it's not clear. Yeah, well, knight e4. The question would be, yeah, is knight e4 a move? Could this be like something? Knight e4.
Let's try to get this pawn here. Let's take.
So yeah, so if pawn takes
d2.
knight d2, I was thinking
e5.
e5. Yeah, I was thinking e5 just to get something going. And again, I'm perhaps not a big fan of equalizing this way, but if it works, it works.
Still very dangerous, pawn takes pawn.
And he did it. Knight e4 is on the board.
Knight e4 is on the board, yeah.
Yeah. So this is what black is hoping for in this position to get.
F5.
Yeah, this would be
d5.
But
Yes, we have to, right?
after
Or maybe we don't take on e4
no,
as
don't
white,
take on
yeah?
e4 here. Maybe castle is the move.
Could
G4.
you be? Yeah, could you be?
G4 be on the cards?
G4. Wow.
Right, because the reason I'm looking
Yeah.
at this is I'm thinking it's kind of the law of consequence. The first move, according to one line of thought, is that the first move you should calculate is the move that is now possible because
of your
your
opponent's
last move.
Right, and it's a rare occasion that if you suggest to make a castle, I would kind of still ask you to specify. It's not very often, right? Okay, probably not the long castle because knight
Knight
f2,
takes
right?
f2,
Yeah. Right, you are. So that's...
Yeah, but G4 is interesting. Let's see it.
I guess, yeah. G4. It's not clear what we are talking there. I mean, we are grabbing some space for sure. It's still so hard for black to, to create any sort of meaningful counterplay. Yeah, still must be better for white. I don't see, in fact, I don't see the way for black to continue. Like you probably take, right? C3.
Take c3 and how to take it back.
Even queen takes is...
Queen takes. Keep the pawn structure stable.
Yeah, like queen takes is not out of the equation. Honestly, it looks just bad. Bishop d7 maybe. Just pretend that nothing happens on the queen. Like you pretend, yeah, nothing happens on the king side, and you just go bishop d7, rook c8, queen b6, whatever.
Yeah, I was just wondering, maybe this is some like a newbie move, but if I want to clarify what's happening on the king side right now by playing f5, how do you react to that?
Yeah.
Because if you go g5, then I'll close h5. So
After a capture, right?
after capturing on c3, yes.
So it's knight e4, g4. 3 queens 3 f5. Well, one thing to ask would be if pawn takes pawn, because g6 is somewhat weak, right? And we take with the e pawn very likely, and then a rook g1 to start with, maybe, and eventually white will castle long. Yeah, so this looks. Looks pretty bad.
Go castles queenside.
Or maybe you castle queenside and then put the other rook to g1.
Yeah.
Yeah. Does look very scary.
But if I take with the rook, doesn't...
Bishop d3 again.
Yeah, so f5 is not really like a move.
Could you even live with the king on e2 as well?
Right. And if I take with the other pawn, then I think you still go rook g1.
Yeah, but then it's not clear why would we play f5 and open the file against our king, right? Rook g1.
Especially now you don't have the knight.
There is bishop b5 idea to just trade for the knight and gain control over e5 square, but rook g1 is simple and strong. Yeah, looks not so great for Sindarov, I say.
Well, we will keep an eye on this game. And where else can we go to?
Gukesh. Huh?
Okay,
Gukesh
yeah,
Vaishali.
back to Gukesh Vaishali. Vaishali is in the form of her life, having a fabulous tournament. And she has the black pieces against Gukesh. She's now attacking the queen.
So we saw
To me, this looks absolutely... Oh yeah, let's recap.
Right, h6. So she forces the bishop to trade, but allows b2, b3. And now you probably don't have any other moves but to take on b3, right? Queen b3 and knight to a5. So the pawn on d5 is kind of vulnerable, but maybe it's not easy to win it. Where the queen's going? It's a big question. Queen a4. Queen b. Strangely, queen b5, a6, queen d3 could be. Queen a4.
Queen a4, then maybe rook c1 or.
Rook c8, yeah.
Rook c8, sorry.
Rook c8. Rook c1. Why would you? Okay, yeah, maybe. So just to have the other one on b1.
Yeah, not sure.
Queen b2.
Queen b2 is played.
Which isn't like the first square I would think of, but yeah.
Yeah.
Just as good as any other. Like, do not blunder your queen on b3. You've made the move with the queen, it's already good.
But what is White's plan?
What's White's plan?
Because obviously there's a target on d5.
So yeah.
And there's an open line on c that needs to be contested. What next?
Yeah, maybe getting a hold of the pawn on d5, like pretty much the main idea in this position.
Yeah, but how to do that, right? Because, okay, so the step one would be to put a rook on the c line.
Very likely.
Yeah, maybe.
But black does get there first. So say black goes rook c8.
C1.
Which
C6.
rook? This was also another question that I had.
That's true. Yeah. So even if this rook, I think you can go b6 maybe, just to free the knight
Yeah.
later on.
There is one strange idea that I have to move the a pawn and go queen a2. And why it's strange, because I'm not sure if I want to take the pawn after all that, because it's kind of, you know, self-pinning. And maybe with the bishop, yeah, like bishop takes in some positions could be. But yeah, but that's one way of attacking the pawn for kind of for the third time. Yeah, like this and who knows.
Yeah. Though black can also easily refute it by doubling up on the d file by playing queen d7 and rook fd8 perhaps. So not really easy way to capture the d5 pawn, even though it's looking like the target of attack right now.
Yeah, but that's very, in fact, it's a very concrete position, because queen d7, there is also like white's idea with queen b5, strangely.
Queen b5.
Yeah. Because I think, yeah, for now, what the kind of factors that I can see that each side has one minor piece which is not perfect. Like the bishop on f6 is not doing an awful lot for now. And white's knight on d2, it kind of stops knight c4, but say if this knight was around the 4 square, white would just win the pawn, right? So whoever manages to kind of squeeze more of this minor piece, like say one thing to kind of one possible scenario, that if I ever play knight b3 and white and black has to take, then I'm very happy again, right? Because I have. Or rather, black has an absolutely useless piece in terms of defending on d5, which would be the dark square bishop. So it's very hard to kind of talk about this position, not calculating the specific lines, right? If you'd ask me, I'd say like might be better for white, but not too much. But again, black has to be super careful, because it's a static advantage, and black is very unlikely, you know, say if we are talking isolated pawn, there is always potential to break through, exchange the isolated pawn. This guy will stay there forever, right, until you lose it, pretty much. So, and your counter attack could be, like if you're on time with a6, b5, knight c4, then we can imagine black getting kind of a better position.
Well, it's a very intriguing position. And talking about another intriguing position, can we go all the way down to board 17 between Belesen and Anish Giri?
Give me the name.
Because Bilal has made a thematic piece sacrifice.
Yes, and knight off. So it's nice to see Anish is employing his main weapon. So h6, bishop e3.
Queen f3 is a rare move, right?
It is.
Bishop
it is
g5, e6, f4 is the main line. So 3 h6, bishop e3. So now it's some sort of a hybrid line. Castles, queen to c7, queen g3, b5.
And takes on b5.
And white just sacrificed the bishop on b5.
And queen
b8.
Wow.
And on this particular board, we do see that Bilal has taken a long think. So the big question is knight takes pawn a possibility? And taking a look at the database, I can see that one Hans Niemann has employed this with the white pieces and did win.
Right.
How did the game go?
I will tell you. So he took the pawn on d6, and after bishop takes, obviously, some captures were made, but it was queen takes.
Queen takes.
Queen takes bishop, that was
Yeah,
played.
because rook d6 is not possible, perhaps, because of knight
Knight
h5.
h5.
So takes with the queen.
And queen takes queen?
Yep.
Queen takes queen, rook takes queen, and, well,
And knight to g4,
knight to
and then
g4.
rook e1 was played.
Rook e1.
And it's a curious position because, of course, white has the 3 pawns for the piece, but they're not very mobile at the minute.
Right. I think it might be one of those positions that are kind of objectively equal, and then kind of both sides have to be precise. Yet, perhaps it's kind of harder to lose with white. If let's say, if you are not very ambitious, if you just want to be solid at first place, then it's probably not that easy to lose with white. With black, yeah, like if you miss the moment those pawns start advancing, and perhaps that's what happened in Hans's game, that eventually the pawns just kind of...
Yeah.
So
Well, what do we think? Does Anish have chances to turn this around? Because
he
obviously
needs to win.
he needs a win, right?
Well, depends perhaps on how ambitious his opponent is. Because despite kind of looking very sharp, if you think all this knight d6 and trade of queens happens, and it could be quite quite calm position. With uneven material. It's not your, say, Rookie 1 Berlin, where you just trade everything on the e-file, but also one perhaps should not be getting kind of overexcited over this piece sacrifice, because I think this is what we're going to see. I don't see that many alternatives for white, but you probably have to take on d6 and trade the queens.
Okay.
Anyway.
Well, we will see what happens in that game later on. And finally, maybe we can go to the Kartikeyan Matsudlu game.
Oh, yeah.
Was the Karakan, yeah.
They're playing very slow, it would seem.
So white played, according to what you mentioned, Yuvi,
knight
g3, bishop g6. Bishop goes back to e2, trying to put pressure on h5.
Yeah.
And black just simply ignore it by playing
Queen b6.
b6, a4, a5.
a4, a5. So both h4, h5 and a4, a5 play.
Yep.
I'm not sure if I like the inclusion of a4, a5 for white here.
So tell me once again, if white takes h5 like this,
with the bishop,
and
you just simply capture that bishop, and after knight takes, you can even castle queenside in this type of positions.
Yeah.
You let that knight stand on h5. You can even sacrifice the g7 pawn, because it's an irrelevance, because everything is happening in the center.
Yeah, e5 is hanging. E5 is hanging.
That's true. Yeah. So it's a very good pawn sacrifice for black, but obviously these guys will not fall into it. And after a4, f5, what else can be done for white in this position?
Yeah, but that's...
I guess you have to go... Well, castles or rook d8 is a serious positional threat.
Yeah.
So I guess you have to... And queen b6 is a very clever move, because suddenly white has to think, if I develop the bishop to e3, which is the move you want to be playing, is queen takes pawn a possibility?
Well, and it kind of is, right?
So for example, bishop e3 like this, and you can just take here, because this knight is hanging.
Yeah.
And also b1 is conveniently covered, so this rook b1 is not a danger in the near future. Could this be that I have to forget about taking the h5 pawn and instead play, say, knight g to e4? That's what I was thinking, but then I realized you still castle long, and then e5 will be hanging, right?
Yeah. I mean, the thing is about this particular variation, h5 is something that you really don't care about. So you can even go knight h6 as well to go knight f5. You've got to focus your attention with the black pieces on the center, especially that weak d4 pawn.
Right.
So I like this castles. Also, you can have as an answer to bishop g5, which is an idea that's often common with the knight on e4. As long as you have f6, you're good to go.
All right. Just go f6, yeah?
Yep.
Looking good for black.
So yeah, This looks...
Okay, this is not easy to respond for white here. Because I'd like to just castle if I can, but h4 pawn is unfortunately hanging. But if I try to play bishop g5, b2 pawn is hanging, so how to solve those problems?
Maybe you have to
Give one up?
give up the b2 pawn, I would say. At least, you know, displace the black queen. Like I was thinking, but then how to do that?
Yeah.
And castle at the same time?
All I can think about is playing b3, but this just gives a very good outpost on b4 for any of black's pieces.
Yeah. I mean, maybe you can go knight ce4.
Knight ce4. And after castles?
Yeah, knight takes.
Knight takes e5.
Knight takes
c8.
e5 is the big idea. And it's very dangerous. Let me check what the computer says is the best line for white, because it does look on a practical level like it's troubling. And okay, so here we go. Okay, it says bishop e3 is the best line.
And if black...
And
Queen
if
b2
black
takes.
goes queen takes b2.
And then knight g to e4.
Knight g4
Okay, that makes sense. That
would
makes sense.
suddenly turn things around.
Knight
And
G.
okay, the lines get pretty crazy, because if you were to go bishop b4, you know, pin and win, as they say,
Castles.
white just castles.
Okay.
Bishop c3, rook
Bishop
to
c3,
b1.
And now rook to b1.
Queen. Oh, queen has to go to a3, otherwise knight takes c3, yeah?
Well, then you have
The bot's not
Rook
moving the
b3.
queen, though.
Rook b3. And now, oh, is the queen trapped? No. If I come back to e7, my queen is safe.
Well, it's just a bad position then, right?
And then you take it with the knight, like
It
this?
gives a check. No,
No,
it
give
gives
a
a
check
check
on
Oh,
d6.
give a check first and then take it with
Yeah.
the
Right,
rook.
so for
right.
one pawn you have a monster knight on d6 and black, yeah, like not castling, not having
Yeah.
any threats and so on.
Okay. Okay, that's a very concrete continuation.
So
Okay.
bishop e3 is a possible move.
Yeah, and the computer is just saying that the best response to that is just to go knight h6, which is very brave, because you are allowing d5. I mean, my first reaction would just be to move the queen.
So there is knight h6, there is also some rook d8, which is probably not as good.
But now after d5, now you can capture on b2.
Knight h6, d5, queen b2, and it's as messy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very interesting. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on this game because I'd like to see
Yeah,
how
this one is
things
going to get
unfold.
sharp. you know.
Exactly, yeah.
And okay, so maybe we can also take a look at the game between two players who have 4 points, Jumabayev against Yakuboev.
All right. That's a weird game. Weird as in, why making such obvious, I want to say, moves they take you so long? But that's... Isn't it the case with Jumabayev and his opponents? Like, there have been a few games where they play something very normal. I think him playing
the
black
French.
against Sindarov.
It
right?
was exchange French, yeah.
This exchange French, yeah. Look, that, like, you tune in like after 1 hour, and then another 1 hour, and position didn't change.
Yeah.
Right? They would play. So here, yeah, it does look like they've transposed to some sort of Carlsbad. I don't.
Yeah, but it does seem like it's a very favorable Carlsbad for black, because primarily the light squared bishop is out. You know, usually it's on c8, and black is dreaming about putting on f5.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like it too for black, but I think it's still too early to guess anything on this game, because it's also a question, do you, if bishop goes to g3 later on after one move or two, do you trade this dark square bishop or do you keep it on the board? Or for example, I'll try to make a move here. Let's say rook e8 looks like
Rook
a very
e8,
natural
yeah.
move.
And
then-
bishop g3, and what do you do after bishop g3?
Yeah.
I think you take.
takes like this. And now since I have these two pawns like this, there is no sacrifice on h2, then I can focus on the minority attack on b4.
Yeah.
I was going to ask about the minority attack. So
Does it work?
Does it work?
Does it work?
No.
If it does,
The answer is no.
why does it not work then, Miro?
Because, like, if your opponent at least somewhat kind of pays attention to what you're doing, the only weakness you can create is the pawn on c6, right?
Right.
People usually are capable of defending one weakness. So what I'm saying, like, if I'm too scared, which I am scared a bit, so I'll probably like preventively play a5. So the moment you play b4, I'm swapping one pawn, and then you go b5 and just don't react, right?
Well,
So it kind of works to an extent, right? I mean,
Right.
it works, you can create a weakness, but it's not something that you should be like afraid of. Okay, he's going to go
but
b5.
if we were to rewind just a few moves, because White played bishop g3. So say, for instance, you were to go b4 immediately. The idea being you're going to go knight b3, knight c5,
Yeah.
provoke
point.
something there on the queen side, and then put the knight on its ideal square of d3.
Right.
It's very long.
And I mean, you can do this.
Okay.
You can try. There is nothing
Yeah.
kind of nothing wrong with it. But then once again, a6 would be the other way of kind of facing it, right? And
Would-
you'll get your knight on c5,
Right.
And black will defend the b7 pawn.
And I was even going to ask about black responding in quite aggressive way with b5, which I've
b5.
seen done before as
Yeah,
well.
yeah,
So the whole
they do
idea is that you say, yes, I concede the c5 square, but I'm getting the c4 square
I'm
as
getting
well.
the c4 square. Yeah. Well, for some reason I did not consider b5 here. Now that I'm looking at it, it's probably quite a good move. So in case knight b3, stopping your a5 and kind of aiming at c5, you'll probably play knight b6,
b6.
right? Might as well be. And here, interestingly, might be one of those cases where after bishop g3, you might consider going to f8, kind of keeping an eye on b4 pawn. I mean, you don't have to, but kind of you could. Because the bishop on g3, as flashy as it is, it doesn't do much.
No,
Strangely,
that
right?
is
It
true.
doesn't do much.
Okay. And before we take a quick break, let's go back to our top board between Samant and Magnus Carlsen.
Only one move. Only one move played after a5.
After f5.
Rook to b1,
And then bishop
white,
g7.
and bishop to g7.
What do we think? Has that one moved?
Change
Rock the
an
world.
awful lot.
Doesn't change anything much. Oh,
The-
okay, try to make sense of this rook b1 move. It's just want to tie the knight b6 down so it doesn't move because bishop b7 is hanging. But what else? Also, it's kind of like a waiting move. Because now, but at some point, White has to decide what's the idea? Like, what's going to be the next idea in White's position here?
Well,
So the big question is like, what do you do about this tension in the center? In fact, like, do you ever take? Do you go d5? Do you don't
leave
do?
it?
Do you don't do anything? Right. So, kind of the usual suspects are moves like bishop to g5. Yeah. So like you go bishop g5 and then kind of the conventional wisdom is that black should not allow queen d2. I'm not sure why, but yeah, like if queen d2 happens and then he starts annoying you with bishop h6. So bishop g5, it's h6 pretty much automatically. And trading on f6 doesn't do anything, so you drop the bishop back.
but if you drop the bishop
Yeah,
to the
but the
wrong
question,
square,
can you drop it to e3, right?
I like after bishop g5, I like to move like queen c8.
Bishop g5, queen c. But yeah, but then queen c1, and at least I'm sure the bishop is on g5 for long, right? And then white will have these ideas of, I don't know, landing the knight on f5 one day, like bishop h6, knight f5, these tricks.
Okay, but leaving this, leaving d1, then this pawn a4 can be quite tricky. If I play bishop c6.
Bishop to c6, yeah, I'll probably follow my plan. Like bishop h6.
And bishop h8.
Bishop h8.
Oh. Are there
Isn't
any
it
knight
like,
f5 ideas?
Isn't it scary? Yeah, like knight
Looks
f5
scary.
doesn't really threaten much for now, yeah, but it feels like
Also, knight g5 might give Magnus
knight
some nightmares,
g5,
right? And then
queen
bishop-
g5 at some point, like deploy the queen
Yeah.
there. Like, I'm not sure what am I attacking, but if I'm attacking you for this a4 pawn, it doesn't look like fair balance, right? Again, maybe we are just trying to scare you off. And maybe you're just a pawn up, you know.
I don't know, bishop b3 is coming. There's
Yeah,
tension.
I agree.
Okay,
In the
let
center.
me trade this one off. The knight g5.
Yeah, knight g5, bishop a4. But maybe white doesn't trade. White goes bishop d3.
D3.
I know it's so awkward. Like you're up a pawn, but you don't have, say, like a way to resolve this position, not to simplify or whatnot.
Yeah, and it feels like black's pieces are in the wrong area.
Right.
Sort of calling it dangerous would be a fair assessment. It might be good for black,
Yeah, well,
but
this
it's still
definitely
dangerous.
Bishop g5 followed by queen
Still
c1 is
dangerous.
dangerous. But then the question is, if black does go h6,
Yeah, if black plays h6, and I wasn't
do
sure.
you
Like,
have to simply retreat the bishop all the way to a starting square?
e3.
Because
That's kind of bishop e3 is kind of a move, I want to say. Because ed4 you can take with the bishop, right?
And after c5.
And that's the big question. Like, what happens after the c5? Because I understand kind of objectively, or rather not objective, but if I return back and you take e4, it's probably good, right? But not seeing that two pieces on the, you know, on the
Could
b
it
file, like
be
bishop
something-
f6, bishop
Yeah.
f6, and some.
And could
yeah,
it be
even
something concrete like
e5
e5
through.
here?
Yeah,
Or even maybe you can throw in some queen d2 first.
queen d2.
Because this
But then,
position,
yeah, bishop g7 back.
bishop g7 back, and then now put the rook on this one, and then hitting on d6. Yeah, this looks loose for white. I mean, for black, because there are so many weaknesses. But again, what is weaknesses? Okay.
That's what I'm saying. It's very hard.
It's very
The
hard.
position is kind of very dynamic. And like, yeah, we could say like, okay, looks loose for black, but then it turns out there is like a move or two for black, and he stabilizes and he's just up a pawn with two bishops. So right, a lot of, you know, kind of mechanical calculation work has to be done to pretty much pick every move. So you can't just say, like in some positions, you know, the Carlsbad, like, do you play b4 first or rook a
Yeah.
to c1 first? And the margin for an error would be 0.1, right?
Yeah.
Of
And
at a pawn.
we do see some moves.
DE.
D.
D takes e5,
And then
which is somewhat
Carlsen.
disappointing, perhaps, for
And
Magnus.
Back, DE.
So D
And queen takes, okay.
And-
Queens are getting swapped, right?
Similar. It's very similar to what we discussed, yeah?
Yeah, will be not easy to win for Magnus, but on the other hand, the position is still complex enough, I would say.
Oh, well, it is definitely a complex endgame, and we do know that if there's something that Magnus is fantastic at, it's endgame
End-
play.
yeah.
And he's able to grind out even the smallest of advantages. I think it's the perfect time to take our first break. And in the meantime, well, yesterday was a free day for all of the participants. And let's take a look at what the players got up to.
Hello everyone, welcome to Doha, Qatar. Today the players of Qatar Masters are having day off and they are enjoying different activities. For instance, some of the players are here at the Museum of Olympics and playing some very interesting games and also knowing some of the facts from the different sports. Magnus Carlsen with us, he won his 5th round. Magnus, how was your game?
It was all right. I think he chose a very dubious plan with knight h5, because he kind of has to put his knight on a5, otherwise I'm very quick with d4, and I think with the knight on a5 it's very hard to imagine that black is okay, and I think the way the game proceeded, I mean, I just got an extra pawn, and generally I should have a safer king as well, but yeah, he found some resources. I'd missed this idea he had of rook e1 from afar, and honestly, like, I was not so sure if I was winning anymore, because he could have, I think, forced an endgame where I'm 2 pawns up, but it's not that easy for me to win. But yeah, fortunately for me, he had very little time, and he went for a direct, try for perpetual, which just didn't work.
What about these double pawns? How safe was your king at that point?
Generally, I felt that my king was a little bit safer than his, because I do have double pawns, but I have sort of more pieces protecting, and bishop on g3 is really a good defensive piece. So, I mean, there are always tricks, but I didn't feel in general that my king was particularly unsafe.
Tomorrow is a day off. Is there any particular plan that you already have for tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm gonna play some golf tomorrow, which will be nice. Generally, I desperately need a rest day, because I mean, I was supposed to have like 3 days here before the tournament, but then I mean, I had twice the travel plans had to be changed, and honestly, like, I didn't get so much rest in between the club cup in here, and then I finally arrived just the night before, and I've been feeling a bit worn out the last few days, so get some rest. The score is bad, but it's not disastrous, so it's all to play for.
Right. What is usual daily routine here at this tournament? How do you spend the first part of the day and after the game?
It's been a bit different. Like one day, or actually 2 days, been playing some golf with my brother-in-law and sister, and also Benjamin, the other Norwegian plays here. First day when I played golf, I felt really good for the 3rd round, and yesterday I was just tired. Too much sun, too little sleep. It's hard to play, but otherwise I think, like, mainly plan is just to chill at the pool, eat a bit before the game, and then go play.
And the final question is about the whole situation here at the playing venue? Are you satisfied with some of the changes that we have now?
Yeah, I think the changes that have happened have improved the situation a bit, and I definitely feel, more safe, and I hope that other players do as well.
Thank you so much and good luck.
Thank you.
A world full of innovation, there remains one timeless world. A world that hasn't changed for more than 1,000 years. A world with devoted traditions, just like Qatar's traditions. Qatar stands as a notable example of blending traditions with modernity, much like chess. Join us in Qatar Master Open 2023, where you will witness the best chess players go head-to-head in a tactical battle. If you wish to succeed, you must brave the risk of failure.
Hikaru Nakamura here at Qatar Masters. After round 5, he made a draw. Hikaru, tell us about your game.
Yeah, I mean, the game was not very interesting. I mean, my opponent, Sindarov, spent a lot of time in the opening trying to come up with maybe a new idea against this dragon setup, which I think I used many years ago against Anish. But, I mean, already, I think when I played that, Sindarov, I mean, he's like 18 or something. He's probably like 5 or 6 at the time. So, I mean, it was a very long time ago. And I think, the game followed my file basically to the end pretty much. So I didn't really have to think at all, except for maybe one move to play this rook c5. But I mean, there wasn't much for me to think about, and my opponent had the white pieces, so it's not a bad result for me to draw the game.
There are a lot of people around your table today observing this game, and we have also witnessed Anish Giri coming on the board and smiling, and you had also smiled him back. Was that the reason, because you played this
That was
game?
the reason, but there was another thing also. There was another game that I noticed that had the same position as my game. There was a game, I don't know where it was, but it was like one of the Indian guys was playing the same position up to queen b5, and so they were following our game, which was also kind of funny. But then also for Anish, like he was smiling at my game, but then also Anish and Jordan Van Forst were also playing like the same game too, or something very strange as well. So there were a lot of things to find funny today.
Oh, wow. And that was probably the reason why you have not spent that much of the time, right? You had like more than 1 hour right now in the end of the game.
Yeah, I mean, again, other than when I played a3 and rook b8, I didn't really have to think. I mean, sorry, not a3 and rook c5. I didn't really have to think for the whole game, so I was just walking throughout. But yeah, I mean, it wasn't very exciting, but that's how it goes.
And there was one moment when your opponent played this c3 move. May I ask, why don't you just capture this pawn on c3?
I think if I take on c3 and he goes b3, long term it's very dangerous. I mean, again, for a computer, I'm sure that it will say it's a draw no matter what you do there. But I thought for a human, basically c3 pawn is never going anywhere, and then white has this passed b pawn. You can go like rook b1, b4, or maybe rook e4, b4, b5. And again, a computer will probably say that it's very easily holding for black, but it didn't seem obvious to me, and I mean, there's no reason to take that risk at all.
Okay, and what about tomorrow? There's a day off for the chess players. Do you have any plan already?
Not really. I mean, I think I'll probably go stream some and, do stuff like that. I don't have a plan. I mean, I think in general, I'm trying just to save the energy that I have and trying to enjoy the moment, because it's been quite a while since I was here. But overall, the whole atmosphere has been very pleasant. And so I'll just try to relax and keep the good vibes going.
Thank you so much, and good luck to the second part of the tournament.
Thank you so much.
Hello and welcome back everyone to our coverage of round 6 of the Qatar Masters Open. And nearly 1 hour and 50 minutes into the start of play, well, things are looking quite exciting. And well, during the break, we saw that some pieces were traded off in the Magnus Carlsen against Samant Aditya game. But during the break, even more things got swapped off the board. And there we can see the beautiful arena in Lusail. And just to recap, here are today's pairings. At the top of the table, on a fixed board, is Magnus Carlsen playing with the black pieces against an international master who is soon to be ratified, a grandmaster. He got it this summer. It's Samant Aditya. And then we also have Hikaru Nakamura on fixed second board against David Paravyan. But tournament leader Narayanan is there facing Abdusattorov with the black pieces. And I definitely want to be checking out those games. And these are incredible matchups, especially as we are coming close to the money rounds, to the end of the tournament. Every point will count. So let's dive in and find out what trades were made in the Aditya versus Magnus Carlsen game.
Right. And before the break, this is the position where we left it off. So queen d8, and Magnus has two options how to take the queen back. And well, I think he just the obvious one, yeah, because otherwise, if taking with the other rook, e5 pawn will be hanging. So the game continued with rook b5, knight fd7, rook takes a5, and then rook a8. So this is, I think, some sort of like a temporary sacrifice by Magnus, giving up the a pawn, but then in return later, this a4 pawn will be also weak. So after rook takes and bishop e3, knight takes a4, and now the material is back to level.
Yeah, and the position, to be honest, looks level, but something that is completely unequal is the time. Because I can see Magnus Carlsen has got 1 hour and 13 minutes, whereas Aditya only has 20 minutes on the clock. And they're only on move 24.
Right. Could this be one of those positions where, you think, okay, I failed to get the advantage, so let's just trade it off and agree a draw, and then you discover that it's not necessarily a draw, because I also thought, like, how bad can it be for white? But how do you react to this c3 pawn hanging? Like, c4 is not the move you want to make. Bishop d2 also looks ugly. Does he have to take the knight then?
Okay, I mean, how ugly is bishop d2? It is horrible, right? You don't want to play it, but
even say knight a to c5, I would argue that black is already black certainly has the initiative, right? Because rook a2 is a threat. So there actually were two options. I've mentioned knight c5, but there is also knight b6 with the idea to go to c4. But let's go with knight c5 for now, and rook a2 could be a little threat. So what I'm saying, that both white knights are somewhat off, offside, so to speak.
yes.
These are usually very useful while you have the queens on the board, because like in our lines we are saying, let's sacrifice the knight, let's jump with the knight on g5. Now, like, what do you even do with those knights, right? And black has like a lot of, if not the particular plan how to capitalize on this slight activity, but a lot of moves that you make, and they clearly make your position better. Like you go f6, you go bishop f8, probably bring it to d6. If white bishop ever leaves c1, h6 diagonal, also bishop h6 is a nice move set. For white, it's really awkward to maneuver. So I'm not saying like black has much, but, taking into account the time situation, white just went below 20 minutes, still thinking how to react to knight a4. I'm starting to get optimistic for Magnus.
Yeah, it's definitely easier, I guess, to play with black pieces here. I'm playing Rue Lopez as black as well, and I'm playing Breyer myself. And if I could reach this type of position as black, I would be already very happy.
Yeah.
It's not even possible to kind of curl up into a ball either with the white pieces, because it's like something you hit upon is that the knights don't have stable squares. Like, they can't go to d2 and be happy, or knight c4. They've just got no role in life. And then I'm thinking, okay, well, maybe you have to be... Maybe you can do some counterattacks. Okay, so maybe you can go rook to b1.
Rook b1, yeah, you could do it like any time. Yeah, bishop c6, I guess. Yeah, and then c6
and
is
then I have
a
to
nice
defend.
square, right? Or
and now knight
possibly
e2.
not, you know, possibly not, because now if you move the light square bishop, then knight c3 can be answered with rook c1. So maybe you can go bishop b3 here.
Can I not go knight to e2?
Knight e2, yeah. You
know, the knight on g3 wasn't doing
right,
a thing.
right. So now you're using the g3 knight to guard the pawn. Yeah. Very clever. But still, yeah, after knight c5.
Okay, and this is where I kind of wanted to just curl up into a ball and not move and go knight to d2.
Knight d2, yeah.
I understand it's not pretty chess what I'm doing.
Rook a2 and...
Oh, you go knight to a... Okay.
A to c5, yeah.
Yeah, okay, still I have to go.
Yeah, knight d2, rook a2. It feels like they'll start hanging one day. All these guys, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm not proud of this position.
Again,
but
I'm not saying like black has something substantial, but it's awkward.
No, but it's
right?
unpleasant.
Unpleasant for sure. The other way of kind of maybe simplifying, making your life easier, would be to capture on a4. Like bishop a4, rook a4, knight d2. Looks solid for now, but then black already has a pair of bishops, right? Some f7, f5 plans, so we can understand how potentially black can get a better game.
Magnus is the grind master. He's done a course, Grind Like a Grandmaster, and it's all about like nurturing those small advantages and just playing on for a long time. So we can expect a long game from Magnus, but I suspect he will be the one emerging victorious, actually. And
we'll see.
We'll see. Let's go down and have a quick look at Hikaru's game. Because not that much has happened in terms of moves. You know, the rook came to b1, but black has played quite ambitiously, you know, playing a5, a4.
a5, rook to b1, and he went a4, just expanding.
Exactly.
It's not clear where the pawn's going, right? Perhaps if you allow black to play a3, he will play a3, but still, it's not clear what does it do. It's pretty much saying, like, you don't have such a, you know, such an impactful plan with white, so I'm just pushing my pawn here. One thing to notice is, once again, the time. So it's move 20, and black is on 24 minutes, while Hikaru still has more than 1 hour.
Right, yeah. And this move, a7, f5, it looks, and after that, a4, it looks like black is giving up a square of b5. That could be a potential rook lift there if you want to start some attack on the king side. But at the moment, maybe it's not a really good idea. So, yeah, I think this game is just like a bunch of waiting moves happening on the board.
Do you play a3 though? I think like a3 might be. Just play a3, press the button, let him think. Because, you know, after a4, I'm looking at this position, I'm calculating like any possible active move, and I'm not happy. But then I play a3, I look at black's options, and once again, it's hard to play for black as well. So that's one really tricky setup here.
Well, it is a tricky setup, and of course, we will follow this game. But can we go down to board 3, which is between Abdusattorov and Narayanan? Narayanan, of course, leading the tournament, but he does have the black pieces. Now, we left it a long, long time ago in quite a calm position, but there have been a series of trades and the pawn structure has radically changed. So let's brief ourselves on what happened.
Yeah, we saw after a4, and Narayanan played a5 right away. Knight a3, h6, bishop b3, so far still in the principal moves. Bishop a7, bishop e3, and bishop e6, rook e1, rook e8, and attacking on a7, knight e3, and now starting to push d5, breaking the center up, and e d5, knight d5.
Everything exchanged on d5.
Yeah, everything's changed. d4, e4, knight d8, and it's time to resolve the rook on a7, back to a8, knight f1, f5, strengthening the center, queen e2, knight e7, knight e3, and queen f7. And
Queen b5.
queen b5 just being played. And yeah, this position is looking, how to say, I don't know which one is better in this position actually, because white
has
has
the
some
potential.
idea. Yeah, black has the potential
With a 4 and stuff.
and attacking on the king side, but also white is looking solid in the center and also on the flank. And there is only one minor piece on the board, that is the knight. I'm not sure whether it is enough for black to start an attack to the white's king. And this queen b5 just proves it. Like, okay, I don't care about your king. I mean, I don't care about this attack. I'll just go to the queen side and then start trying to grab some pawns if possible. But of course, black will not allow it. So yeah, this is interesting game.
Well,
Um,
the first thing I wanted to ask both of you guys, what happens if black says, absolutely, I'll accept the challenge and go f4?
F4.
yeah,
F4 and f3. Now, it's
F4,
very
knight
committal.
c4, right? Or
Knight
what
g4.
does-
I
Knight
think.
g4.
Knight g4, you think?
Yeah, because if knight c4, okay, maybe we need to calculate. Maybe there's c6. I don't know.
Yeah, we're thinking like c6, queen c5, and queen is relatively stable on c5, and then knight d6 is a threat among, like knight e5 is a positional threat, but there is also knight d6. So I wasn't sure, but yeah, knight g4 perhaps is just as good, if not better, because you still kind of wanna jump to e5, yeah.
But
You also want to take on b7. That's the idea.
do
Actually.
you?
Do you want to take on
Yeah,
this?
why not?
I'm not sure.
After f4, knight g4, and then next move you put
Knight
the knight on
g6.
e5,
So you have to go knight g6.
knight
Perhaps.
g6.
Yeah.
G6.
And you just ignore the b7 pawn. Because
Ignore-
after all, checkmate ends the game. And I have ideas
Ignore
of
the
going...
buzz, yeah.
Yeah.
Ignore the buzz, ignore the noise.
So the ideas that I will be having is queen to f. If you take the pawn, queen to f5, h5, and eventually f3.
Yeah, like after queen b7, there is also rook b8, rook b2, you know?
Yes,
b8.
that is a simple way
Queen
of playing
c6,
it.
there is rook b6 intermediate, maybe.
Rook b6.
Rook b6 intermediate to force it to c5, so that my e4 pawn is not hanging. Yeah, and then take on b2. Sometimes it be, you know, these breaks like e3, pawn takes, and then f3. Sometimes f3 right away. Anyway, none of that has happened. Black just played b6. Let's be solid. He says there is no rush. Let's be solid. Let's do all of the above, but with equal material.
Yeah,
Which is-
and keep the idea of f4 in the pocket.
Yeah, which is a fair point. I think opening went very well for Narayanan. Not in any, you know, not in any under any kind of pressure.
Yeah, I like black here. Black is very solid. Just solving one problem after another. He's not going for his own idea, but rather anticipating his opponent's idea.
Yeah. Wait a second. How scared should I be as white? That's another question. Like, because there is, you know, there is queen c4, and I'm not happy suggesting this move, but like if your attack, black's attack after f4 is too dangerous, that's something that I might consider doing, even though I understand I'll be slightly worse, I'm afraid, if I'll do this.
And why would white be
Why would
slightly worse?
I don't know, because I thought it'd be kind of clever thing to say. No, seriously. After the variation I had in mind was queen takes, knight d5, but this knight from d5, probably don't put it on the board, because the knight from d5 in my mind was controlling the e5 square. So it was like, you know, tricky knight. Now, yeah, now of course he'll put the knight on e5, he'll go f3 if needed. So, yeah, maybe it's just equal. In fact, yeah, maybe it's just equal.
But after queen c4, do you have to do something about pawn on c7? Because my first idea is just to play rook a d8,
Yeah,
simple developing
you don't
move.
have to take, yeah.
Yeah, but is
but-
this a threat, queen c7?
It might be.
Like maybe this is just a...
It's a pawn.
Oh, it's a pawn.
It's a pawn f4, knight g4 again, your move.
Yeah, now you can't go knight g6.
So it is still...
You'll have to go queen f5 and
Or, okay, queen e6, knight e5. Yeah, doesn't
Queen
really work.
e6, there is also queen f4, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's better not to sacrifice this one.
So after queen c4,
There is f4, like if you want to...
f4 immediately.
Force matters, yeah. Queen c4, f4, where
But then I
white
thought queen takes queen
has to take and jump with the knight
to
c4.
c4.
c4 once again, yeah? And then
And it's not easy to defend e4.
knight g...
Knight g6.
Knight g6, I guess, right? But then it's awkward, right? I would much rather prefer g5, knight g6, than knight g6 being in front of my pawn. And once again, since it's... Well, some pieces still on the board, but it's an endgame, so kind of kingside expansion, kingside attack is not
Yeah.
as impactful.
And I also wanted to point out one plan just in the endgame because it's quite instructive. It's basically if you do weaken e4, white can actually break on the queen side with b4 as well and create another weakness there.
Right. Yeah, just imagine everything is traded off, yeah? And
Yeah.
then creating something like that, yeah. But yeah, none of it happened. And
Rook e2.
Rook e2 is a very curious move because this is like an invitation, f4, f3, right? I mean, without thinking.
Yeah, so he says, like, not afraid at all.
So,
Rook a to d8, played by Narayanan. He's not in rush with f4. And rook e2 is, as you said, it's quite curious.
let's check f4.
And what's the
because this
setup
is-
he is looking for?
Because this should be a critical move to play. And knight goes where? c4 or g4? Now I think g4, because if knight c4, there is c6, maybe win on
now,
the
now
spot.
c6 is annoying. Yeah.
Yes, so maybe after f4, knight g4 should be there. But yeah, this could be double edged as well. The pawns on e4 and f4 looks very strong, but also can be very weak.
So knight g6 once again, right?
Knight g6, and maybe doubling up the rook.
So that's perhaps the whole point.
Maybe, yeah, this is...
So for this specific line, it works because I'm doubling the rooks. So now h5 is not yet possible because queen controls the square. And even if it would be knight e5, yeah? And it could be that black just loses the pawn.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so rook e2 is fine.
He played rook a to d8.
Very solid.
Quickly. Rook a to d8. So-
Both sides just refusing to push the f pawn. Well, I mean, black refusing to do that.
Right. Shall we check board 4, the funny,
Yeah.
the funny opening?
Yeah, this one is definitely intriguing.
Wow, and some changes, some big changes there.
Well, one side has sacrificed material.
Absolutely, it can be anybody's game, to be honest. No.
So, yeah, so Arjun decided to move the queen to c2 after a4,
Yeah,
not to d1.
G6.
G6, knight e5, bishop g7, and some developing moves were made by both sides. And after bishop f5, queen d1.
So somehow this series of moves, like bishop d2, bishop e2, losing a tempo on queen c2, somehow fails to impress us. So perhaps, like, looks like he was going for something. What I'm trying to say, like Arjuna is not the player who would just lose a tempo, right?
Right.
So he had some idea in mind, and then perhaps later kind of changed what he's opting for.
Yes, and in this position, Arjun sacrificed his knight and
Pawns.
get a few pawns as compensation. So bishop b5, bishop g4, and queen c1. And this is black to move right now. Black has to do something about the knight on c6, and also some additional idea could be knight takes d5 because there is a skewer, not a skewer, it's a pin.
Yep.
It's a pin. Sometimes I mix those two up.
No. It's an easy mistake to make.
Yeah. So if let's say the rook just attacks the knight, and you have this on the board, and this is a pawn. I mean, a piece for 3 pawns, but of course, black can choose not to take it. But then, white will end up with 3 extra pawns for the knight.
Wait.
Little
So
mid.
bishop g4. Could it be that he kind of helps white with
Yeah.
bishop g4 with his last move?
I was
Because,
thinking,
yeah,
yeah.
introduces a new threat of knight takes d5. Yeah, maybe he was kind of better off just doing something. You know what? Could this be that he has bishop to d7 in this position?
And if
you
I take
planning?
d5,
Knight
takes
d5, knight
d4.
d4 was the plan. I mean, I have no clue if it works.
Well, it's a tactic.
and bishop c4,
Bishop c4 and
And then
bishop
knight.
e6, right?
bishop
I was
e6.
going to say knight e6, but that's probably not very good.
Yeah, but bishop e6 still attack the
Right, yeah.
horsey.
Yeah.
So if something like this, the point is that if something like this starts
Hang on.
happening- Yes, yes.
What if I play knight b6?
If you play knight b6, and then you what? You win, or yeah, maybe. Bishop e6 was supposed to work, but it doesn't, right?
Well, if that doesn't work, you can go back to my suggestion of knight e6.
Knight e6.
Knight e6, I can see.
It's
kind
not
of-
pretty.
Right, kind of. I can see how does this.
Still knight b6.
So bishop c4.
And now you can go.
I just want to take the
Yeah, you
bishop.
want to take the rook.
I mean, yeah, the rook, and then if the rook moves, take the bishop.
Surprisingly, yeah, it kind of works.
Yeah.
Kind of works. I don't know.
Yeah, this bishop g4 looks like what you said, helping white to get another idea of taking d5 and bishop c4, because I had that idea in mind before when we were checking out the moves, but I was trying to find how to get this idea, but then after bishop g4 is just
Yeah.
okay, it's there.
Computer confirms that bishop g4 is in inaccuracy.
Inaccuracy, yeah.
Queen c1, and then bishop d7, knight d5. Bishop d7 is not the best move, but just in case, knight d5, knight d4 to check us on our line. Yeah, bishop c4 works, and now it's pretty bad. e6 has to be played, and still much better for white.
Still, yeah, knight b6, right?
So the best, according to the machine, what black has for now is...
After queen
It's not
c1.
sure. Yeah, it's not sure. The machine's not sure. Bishop d7 or queen e8. A move like
Queen
there is a
E8?
funny line. Queen e8, knight d5, knight d4.
Ah, there's a check here.
Yeah, but it's bad. It's a funny one, but it's a bad one. So bishop takes queen, knight e2, king h1, knight c1, and bishop to b5.
Maybe bishop c6 also works.
Maybe, but bot says bishop b5. I trust the bot.
And then knight e2 and then h3. Oh no, h3 there's knight g3.
I think you can trap. Well, you can trap the knight with
92.
rook.
Oh, rook f2.
e1, rook f2.
Yeah, one of the things with knights like that is that you don't have to trap them. It's already trapped, according to machine, once again. So knight b6, and it just starts playing on the queen side, you know. Knight e2 perhaps is the bad move, but nonetheless, like white's much better. White's much better in this line, and white is much better period after bishop g4 included.
Yep. Well,
Yeah.
difficult position then. And what is the best defense? You know, I know you said the computer didn't know, but
Yeah, there was no clear preference. So bishop d7 is currently valued at +1 for white. Knight a7 bishop a4, rook b8 is more or less the same evaluation, but arguably I'd say it's sort of harder for black to play because no kind of knock-on to play, and white's just rolling. That's what I would think.
Right.
And there is also like immediate b4. Maybe the position wouldn't be that bad, but b4, rook b4, bishop b3, and we probably lose d5 nonetheless. b4, and if rook b4, bishop b3, there's no way to guard d5.
Okay. Well, difficult position for Marcarian there.
Yeah,
and
but
very promising for Erigaisi. It's also Arjun's type of position, let's face it.
But let's say it out loud, so that when you're playing, you don't have not only the computer moves, but also computer evaluation. So both players, like Marcarian might not know at all that his position is worse, right? Erigaisi, like unless he calculated literally everything, he might not think, okay, I'm much better. It's just like promising sacrifice, and I go move by move. My opponent makes a move, I'm calculating, I'm making my next move.
Yeah.
So it's for us as spectators, it's much easier. Like you see the engine evaluation, say, okay, white's winning here, but what's running through players' heads, you never know.
And we did have a request from chat asking us to take a look at the Van Forest game. That is, he's playing against Shimonov on board 9.
My fellow
And game.
Shimonov. Right, it was very, I want to say,
Let's take a look at the beginning.
very straightforward line in what's called the French, right? Both sides kind of achieve what they want to achieve. Black gets a lot of moves on the queen side, white gets f5 in, and they end up with quite a stale structure, interestingly, where there's always a feeling like white should be slightly better this or that way, but on the other hand, like each side has its weaknesses, like d4's weak, a4's weak, compared to e6 weak and some weakness on the 7th rank. So how exactly Jordan will make progress is still a question to be answered.
Or maybe also black has some winning ideas too. Put the knight somewhere on c6 and then just put it there. And if the rook on c8 moves around, the king can try to protect one of the pawns on the king side, and then this rook coming to the 2nd rank on b2. So not very easy as well.
Like the feeling is, especially after h5, right? You'll probably never play king d7 because rook g8. Yeah, there must be something like really big has to happen for you to be able to play king c7. So whenever my point is like whenever you go knight c6, there is always a check on the 7th rank.
Right.
And you don't win the endgame with king being cut off on the 7th rank.
And the king cannot really attack the rook right now because otherwise the pawns are unprotected.
So, as black, I would still look for kind of comfortable way of making a draw rather than getting, ambitious.
Yeah.
If there is a comfortable way of making a draw, that's the other.
I mean, also black has to be careful about strange checkmates. Like, for instance, I can see a situation
Like
where
h6.
if you provoked h6, that the knight could end
and
up
then knight
on
here.
Exactly.
I mean, it's odd, but
There's still no checkmate, right?
But I can go here first, and then after here, then I can somehow maybe try to improve the king.
Now you're in Zugzwang.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Just
But rook can shuffle.
king like this, and then
and then you go, wait
like
a second.
this,
Now you
and
go
then
to
here.
f4, you push the pawn to g5.
yeah,
And this gets interesting. That's kind of assembling a puzzle because black just it's pretty much doomed to move the rook here and there, the 7th rank.
yeah, that's what we're planning to. Yeah, after this here, and then
And then we'll see. Maybe we are still not winning, right? But at least we've made quite a few. Yeah, we might win though. Like
I think it's winning.
Get it on g5.
Yeah, because
black still doesn't react. We take go rook h8.
Yeah, because black cannot really do anything apart from shuffling the rook here, and then we can make this improvement.
Okay, so he refuses to shuffle the rook. Instead, he went rook b4. Relatively straightforward. Not really attacking the a4 pawn, but making sure the knight's not moving for now. Because, yeah, then black captures d4, returns back. And I think the knight belongs to d7, as much as I would like to play knight c6.
But now you can throw in rook c7.
Yeah, knight d7.
Or knight
yeah,
d7.
so he'll go knight d7. So that's... If only there was a way to kind of put him in trouble for going knight d7.
Oh, no, there isn't.
Not the one that I see.
Okay, so, no, sorry. That was a bad move from me. So, no rook c7. Cool.
What if we move the king, right?
Yeah.
King c3.
c3 or e3? Where do we want?
So there's no more check. I mean, you can check on c4, but that's not really
But the
check.
a pawn is not on priest, so you can, like...
Yeah, you can go king c3, that's fair. Knight to d7, I suspect.
The move I really wanted to make before we go king c3 was to go rook h8 to provoke h6, because I want the g6 square for the knight.
Yeah, fair enough.
And then...
And
now move
moves.
the rook to
Move
maybe
the
b8.
Oh,
G8, sorry.
okay. And king here.
Yeah,
King
and
F7.
now rook
That's
to rook to c8.
Right. Well, black still has to go knight d7, right? There are still some checkmate ideas there. But not immediately.
Another idea would be to get all these two pawns with this, and then you get this pawn, but then this pawn is, I mean, trying to have a pawn race on a file and g. For example, after rook b4 here, like king c3, knight d7, and then here maybe I can throw in h6, and then after you take, then I'll go rook h8. Oh,
This
but
is-
there is that
yeah.
f8.
There is knight f8, yeah.
There is knight
This specific
f8.
case, in
Yeah,
this
yeah.
instance, it doesn't.
So this doesn't really work for now. But what if I throw it in immediately by playing h6?
You could
takes,
try to play
and then
h6,
here. Mm-hmm.
pawn takes, and go rook h8. Yeah. But then, if the knight is not committed to d7, you want to
In knight c6,
yes,
takes.
c6, you do h7, okay, king goes back somewhere.
Yeah, and definitely, well, very
It's a sharp,
intriguing
yeah, sharp endgame.
endgame.
It's a sharp endgame, but it can be turned sharp if white goes for it.
Yeah. Well, fascinating. Well, should we move to another game?
Right, let's go to Gukesh and Vaishali.
Definitely, and I have to congratulate you, Miro, because you predicted what would happen.
You mean, yeah, this queen a2.
This queen a2 move, which I must admit, I thought, not sure, but yes, it is on the board.
Yeah, like a4.
Okay, but maybe let's rewind and find out.
Yeah, like if we could have my board on the screen, I could show. Yeah.
Yep, we'll get your board on the screen just in a few seconds. And there on the screen we can see
It's still
Jordan van Foreest.
Jordan.
Yes, against Shimonov.
Oh, right, magic. Magic happened. So rook f to c1 was part of our plan. Rook a c8. And indeed, yeah, not a3, queen a2, but a4, queen a2, which arguably is even better, like seizing some space, not allowing b5 in any case. A6, queen a2, targeting this dude. Rook a b1, bishop e7, knight e2. So the plan is still very, very simple. Trade everything that can protect d5, yeah, and win with the piece that attacks d5 against the dark square bishop. So rook takes, bishop b4, knight b3, knight to c4. So for now, though, the knight on b3 is not great. It's not that useful. But maybe there's knight f4 to d3 and knight c5. Who knows?
Yeah, knight f4 is definitely
Like
the most relevant move, right?
Something to try, yeah. Knight f4.
And also, you've even got ideas of knight to c5 directly. Although I like your idea of controlling c5 first.
b3, knight c5 would be a dream. Because still, like, my knight on f4 is nice, but it was already nice on c3, attacking d5 pawn. What I have to solve, I feel like, is the problem with the other knight, which doesn't do anything for now. So that's why I want like knight d3, knight c5. There's also, in some positions, like queen e2 and just threaten to take this guy. Like take it twice and then pick up the knight on c4. So still feels like white must have some slight pressure at the very least.
Yeah, but the position of the bishop on b4 and knight on c4, they are just looking very solid to me. So
Very new.
I like Vaishali's position in this game, and maybe chess aside, you notice that Gukesh hasn't been really performing very well since he got the #1 position of Indian players. So probably there is some pressure there with Gukesh, and then it affected his play.
He's also had a very hectic schedule as well. You know, he had the WRT Masters, and then of course he had to go to the Asian Games, and he's just come straight from there to play in Qatar.
Yeah, they play a lot these days.
Yeah.
And it is very, very hard, considering how much information you have to kind of consume and digest on a high level. So it's not, if only it would be like show up at the board and just play, and your form is self-sustained by you playing in the tournament. But it's not that simple, right? You have to update constantly on kind of your opening knowledge, and like work before the game, work in between the tournaments.
Exactly. It was quite funny, actually, because I was told that in the Botvinnik School of Chess, they were given this booklet and with some recommendations. And one of those recommendations was, do not play them more than 55 games per year and more than 3 tournaments.
Yeah, the figure would vary, like 60, 55, but yeah. Back in the day, it was considered that.
And now they're playing like literally
every month.
Every month.
but there was different era, you know. So Botvinnik would say, "Do not play blitz at all," for instance. Yeah, so because he simply wasn't good at it. And then the very next, not very next, but Tal would be advocating for blitz.
Can we actually dash to the top board?
Right.
And yeah, it's not so much about the position, it's more about the time situation, because Aditya Samant is down to 1 minute and 31 seconds, and it's ticking down.
Wait a second.
And Magnus, well, he has just under an hour.
Not only that, but also the way this game develops. Rook to b1, bishop c6, rook b4. So Aditya tries to kind of solve issues with in a tactical way. So bishop here, c4, rook, knight a to c5, and then the rook is getting stuck. So it's kind of white pieces taking like weirder and weirder squares. So I wouldn't mind, I'll say, my bishop being on c4, but not rook. And now he ends up capturing on c5. So bishop c5, bishop c5. Perhaps. So now, I mean, like, if you don't do anything,
well, bishop
it's just
a
pair of bishops, bishop b5. Yes, it's
bishop
terrible.
B5, so yeah.
So you are pretty much forced to do this.
Yeah.
But then.
Let's calculate.
Yeah, I was thinking. There's bishop b5.
Bishop b5
as well,
anyway.
but
Bishop b5 is
I don't think it works, right? Knight to d7 attacks the bishop, bishop c4, knight... Oh, it does!
Oh, you can attack
And it
F6.
does! Rook a2, right? Rook a2, bishop b3.
Well, there's also bishop a4 as well.
Yeah, yeah. And could I attack the horsey first? So I go there.
And then now you can go knight to d3 or knight to b3, either one
Knight
will do.
d3 and then b4 d4.
And then sit-
Here,
And then b4.
knight b4.
And maybe rook b2. Don't stop. Don't stop.
No, there is also check and c5. That's why I'm stopping. Check and c5 also makes sense. So anyway, that's one direction. So let's not
but actually, yeah,
but
you,
there is also bishop f2, right? Bishop f2, king f2, knight e5, which is simply like much better if not rook c5.
Okay, rook a2.
And then you have rook a2. But you know what? I mean, rook a2 is probably strong, but this is good enough to say like black is just better. F6, like everything's better. Knight on e5 is perfect.
And the rooks on c5 cannot move.
but yeah, but you can make moves such as
Bishop b3, bishop d5.
yeah, just I was
Oh,
thinking
there's no d3
knight to e2 first
Yeah, you could. But,
because you meet rook
or
a2
rook
with
a7,
bishop
rook
b3 check,
a7, rook a7.
and then now you can sit with your
But-
knight on d4.
But yeah, but that's kind of better for black. You probably make a draw. My argument is just like black is safely somewhat better against the player who's on his last minute. So, and black is Magnus Carlsen.
Yes.
So what I'm saying, like, even if tactics with rook a2, which apparently is just a stronger move, even if it doesn't work, Magnus is still like in full control. I think though
Yeah, 'cause
rook a2 is stronger, right?
Right, because
You
you
have
also pick up the pawn,
You take the knight. It's a check.
and now you
Yeah, like if the pawn's
can't
lost, the
blockade the
game's
check.
lost. So it's like knight e2.
no, because
But then,
I was going to suggest bishop b5, but that would be a mistake because there's a rook on e5.
Yeah.
But still, this is pretty much.
But I
in
guess you can go
control.
f6.
You can go even king g7 here.
What about f6
yeah,
and win a pawn?
f6 is not bad because you want bishop b5 and
So
bishop
rooks,
b4.
yeah. After
Yeah,
rook
f6
c5,
is just too strong. So I mean, rook c5 is probably what I have to do, but then you capture,
And then king
this is a
e3.
threat, and g2's
king e3 first.
And then you can take on g2.
like collects.
3 against 1 pawn, yeah?
There is like
57
there
next.
is still some potential because your king will end up kind of cut off on the last rank, so knight f4. Yeah. Oh, wait a sec. I just thought knight f4 attacks the bishop, but it doesn't. So, yeah. Anyway, all those lines, once again, whenever we show a long line, I believe we make a mistake, but it looks like it starts kind of working for Magnus. And I'm still so curious to, to look at this one, because this might be just a straight up winning if it works. So bishop to b5, knight to d7, bishop c4, knight takes bishop. And then what did we say? Rook a5 was an attempt to kind of win immediately.
But actually, I think if we follow this one to the conclusion, it's okay. The knight came back. We
Was
were
it
looking at
D3,
knight to
right?
d3 or
Or
b3.
D3.
Probably
saw D3.
D3 is better.
Right, and
And
then
now
it
rook
was
A2.
this. When knight b4 is forced. And then, yeah, I'm afraid rook b2, bishop a4, or bishop d3 even. There's nothing to discuss much,
Wait,
right?
there were some lines with
So the line was a check.
Yes.
King goes, and then c5. And the hope was that we are but now since we've given this check, we are no longer trapping the bishop, right? Because the whole point was that I kind of go rook a2. Okay, there's also knight e3. The whole point was I go rook a2, and if the bishop goes to first rank, I'm pinning it. I'm no longer pinning it, so this line is meh. Anything else? Anything else?
Yeah,
Bishop
he
f2,
took
he
f2.
captures on f2. Okay, king f2,
I think he goes for another line that is quite
knight
clean.
e5.
Knight e5, rook c5, and rook a2.
And there is no other move, yeah, after knight e5. Because I briefly thought rook d4, but then you pin and you go bishop a4, I think.
Let's see. Ah, yeah.
Bishop a4
Bishop A4.
just wins. So it's all forced. And moral weights already played, right?
Yeah, and after rook c5, I like this f6 idea just to show that my position is just fine. And rook a2 is coming if the king doesn't move from f2.
Well, maybe rook a2 is, more direct approach, because really, like after f6, knight e2, he still has weights to fight. Yeah, the rook a2 because of a check for now. Then knight d4 is gonna.
Okay.
So that was my kind of, f6 was more of a pensioner's move, just to make sure that okay, I'm in control.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like rook a2 much more aggressive.
Yeah, we are going to take a very short break as we fix some technical issues. We'll be back with more of the action in just a few minutes. Hello and welcome back, and thank you for your patience. And we are going to dive straight into the game between Samant and Carlsen, because we left at a very exciting stage. White, hardly any time on the clock, and a tricky position. So Mira and Irene, update us on what happened.
Magnus indeed played this idea with f6, yeah? Although it's not going to be a very clear, but at least one thing we know that this knight on e5 is a super strong knight.
Yeah.
Right, I guess we're somewhat behind in the transmission of moves, because I can see Magnus's king is already on f8.
Well, there were some moves made, right? The white king came to e3. And it was super important to put the king on e3, because obviously knight to d3 was threatened. So early on in our analysis, we looked at moves like knight to e2, but that would have actually been a big mistake, because black was threatening bishop a4, just decoying the bishop away from c2. But yep, here we go. And we're now on move 34. White still has less than a minute to make the time control.
Right.
And now he's played knight to e2.
All right, so king e3, rook to a7, unpinning, defending the pawn, unpinning the bishop because of some bishop d5 threats, and white played knight e2.
Oh, yeah.
That's the
Yeah, my board isn't updated yet.
Knight e2. It could be that, you know, kind of this f6, which I call the pensionism, it could have been a bit too soft. Could have been a bit too soft, because, yeah, you are in control, you are probably still slightly better, but feels like you'll need to win this game one more time, pretty much, yeah? So maybe from the, you know, kind of slightly better position, but the other line would be much more straightforward.
I mean, it is tempting, though. You know, he's kept the rook caged in on c5, and black will come in with the king to d6.
Ah, you're saying the rook's going to be trapped. I just realized you.
Yeah, the
king e7, right? What do you do about king e7? Oh, there are some funny lines on the horizon. So, king e7, knight, what, d4?
Knight d4.
King d6, and then the rook's trapped. But there is rook takes c6, knight takes c6, and knight b5. Yeah?
King c5. Yeah, who knows who's going to win?
What kind of endgame is this?
Yeah.
Black shouldn't be worse, but you know, like the bishop g8, h6, and there could be something.
Yeah, yeah. I think judging from the move like f6, we can tell that Magnus is reluctant and trading more pieces on the board, and then try to, like what you said, Miro, win the game once again. So also trying to exploit the fact that his opponent is currently in time trouble, so he doesn't want to make things easy for him.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Like, you probably don't want to enter like forcing lines. It's easier, unless it's like really good for you. You don't want to force matters, because it's easier when you're in time trouble. It's easier to operate like you desperately need to find the only move.
Right.
Yeah, instead of like given a choice and then you have to play something precise. King e7's played though. Yeah, no reason not to try to trap the rook.
And knight d4
Knight
is also
d4 played at once, of course. So now, the big question is, do we go king d6, allow this endgame, or we just move the bishop to, say, d7 or e8?
Isn't there is knight b5 if you move the bishop and try, and white is just trying to reduce one more minor piece?
Yeah, you could say so, but there possibly Possibly there is like rook a5 is some strange tactic I'm looking at. Even with the bishop on e8, yeah? Because rook c7, king d8 wins a piece if I did not blunder heavily. It's kind of awkward though, yeah, like rook a5. Or maybe it works. Yeah,
it works, I think
c4,
so.
c6.
So let's say after bishop e8, what else can be done?
I'm not sure why I said bishop e8 because this d7. Now that I'm thinking, d7 is better in every single way. Yeah, like sometimes you would go to d8, but it's not the moment because it's still not easy to kind of extract this rook from c5 to free it.
Well, you have one move, right, that you can play. You can play knight to f3.
Knight to f3, right? Yeah. F3 and then and then what do we do? Takes f3. Okay, there's still room to win this game. So knight takes f3.
King
if
takes.
Pawn takes, yeah, at the very least h3 pawn can be picked. So king takes, and then how do we do it? Do we go c6 simply?
c6, king d6, yeah?
Yeah, kind of c6 with the idea to go king d6. But then white has e5. No, I think I just,
e5,
I just
f5.
made my advantage disappear. Yeah, e5, f5, but then how do you make progress? Or how do we make progress altogether?
Well,
yeah, the rook is not moving on c5, but neither it can get trapped, right?
that is true. Also,
Strange position. We're just giving white the pass pawn.
yes, that's very true. But there are also big happenings going on in the Hikaru Nakamura,
Yeah,
David Paravyan.
let's switch to
And
this
I want to switch to this one because if we just rewind a few moves, everything looked like it was a normal tense game. But then suddenly, Paravyan got very ambitious and now took the pawn, allowing this change and this imbalance in pieces. So Hikaru captured with the rook.
Yeah, so rook takes, knight takes, rook takes. And it turned out, I don't know if Paravyan's seen through this, but my first reaction when I've seen this bishop e4, I thought, yeah, he wants a check with the queen and take the a3 pawn.
Yeah.
Right, like queen c1. But it turns out it would lose, because yes, indeed you take the pawn, but then after knight e5, too many things attacking your king.
Yeah. Rook f4 is coming, or anything
Queen
else.
e7, knight
Queen
g6
h5
might
even,
be,
it's, yeah.
you know, queen e7, knight g6 might be a relevant line. I'm not sure, but
That's a very nice line because
I'll show it.
the knight will come to
queen e7, like, yeah, I want to trade the queens or say win a tempo, but yeah, but this wins for white. Yeah, so after rook takes e4, black had to change his mind, went queen b1, which is, I think, confirmed by computer to be a good move, which drives the bishop back, and then went with rook to d5.
And what do we think about this position now? Because obviously if Hikaru consolidates, then Hikaru will be winning. And by consolidate him, he has to find targets to attack.
Or unpin the bishop somehow, because
Yeah.
we need the bishop to be attacking.
Yeah, there's rook c1 as well. So last move, rook d5, among other things, like yes, you want the rook on the 5th rank, maybe guarding some squares, but also you move the rook away from d8 where it was hanging. So now rook c1 becomes the move you'd like to play.
And Hikaru is switching, the queen goes to f4.
Queen f4.
So what can be the idea here? If rook c1 happens, okay, at the very least we have knight d2.
Yeah.
But is there anything else? Like maybe we can force some check on the back rank first?
Yeah, you could give queen b8 check.
Oh, that's very clever actually. Queen b8, and then you kind of like giving this zigzag, like this, for example. I mean, okay, the king can
wait a
come
second,
up to
but rook
f6.
b7, all the
Oh, there's rook
zigzag
d7.
kind of stops. No.
And then I have to play queen a6, yeah? Things like that.
Yeah, you could, by the way. No, but yeah, but do you really want the queen to be stuck on a6 and the b5 then? And you're still not losing the bishop. I thought maybe queen on f4 wasn't that bad.
Was better.
Wasn't that bad? Yeah. One thing that I'd like to ask: is there a chance that white is winning by sacrificing the bishop, like takes e6, rook takes e6? Then
Rook f1.
Rook f1 check, king h2. And I'm not even sure why I'm threatening.
You're threatening.
Not sure. Yeah, well,
queen
b8.
B8
Apart from obvious queen b8.
And
Yeah,
also
queen b8 is
knight to e5 is a big
queen
threat.
b8 is a big threat. But yeah, point was that just like rook on f1 is getting stuck.
Okay, just play king g8.
The whole
Then you've got
rook e8, yeah.
rook e8 check,
like
and
e8,
then knight to
queen
d2.
e8 here. Knight d2.
Although actually that's a mistake because of rook h1. Check.
h1, yeah.
Maybe just queen takes f7.
No, but this is sad because queen f7 is a check on h1 and queen g6 and it's not queens. So let's forget about flashy wins. No rook e6 now. Paravyan,
Well, he's made a move.
he went king g8, so kind
Yeah.
of trusts Hikaru on this, right? And maybe he's not trusted. Look, after rook c1, there was knight d2 with the tempo, and then rook e6. Maybe it's too simple. Yeah. King g8. So now, what can we do? Unpinning the bishop would help a great deal, right? So, kg3. Oh, rook e1 is the move. Now I realize, I can play rook e1.
And king h2
And
or
what
something,
queen
or bishop
f4,
somewhere.
yeah, what queen f4 does, it covers the c1 square.
But remember, there's still queen b2s. So if you go rook e1, queen b2, I'm attack your a3 pawn.
Yeah, but
Stating the obvious, but
then I would
then the f7 point can be defended by a rook on f8 if need be.
So play that e5 here.
And here I was thinking rook f8.
But then d4 is under attack, yeah, so it's not
Yeah.
as trivial, yeah. D4 is under
So if you go
attack.
bishop d3, queen takes pawn, yeah.
It's
Or we can go knight c6 here. We did knight e7, some cheaper.
queen
No, but queen
a3,
a3
Queen a3.
covers everything.
yeah.
And bishop c4.
rook e7.
Maybe queen c3 even.
E7.
Or queen c3, rook c1.
I would be tempted
Yeah.
to go queen d6.
Queen d6 is
Queen
nice.
d6.
D6 is nice, by the way.
I can give a check here. Aha. Queen d6, and there's knight e7. Tactics.
Very inventive with your tricks, but if queen takes and queen b4, could this
Yeah.
be that once in a while there will be no
No more tricks.
tricks?
Yes. Unfortunately, there's this knight, queen b4. Yep. So, do we have moves?
No, king g8, Hikaru's thinking.
Oh, the last move was king
Perhaps
g8.
it's not that
yeah.
easy, yeah. Perhaps it's not that easy as well.
Okay, and can we also take a look at what's happened in the top game between Aditya and Magnus?
Wow.
Because-
Samant, yeah.
Spoiler alert.
Right, he did
Something
go.
happened.
He did go for this. He did go for this line. So king to d6, remember.
Maybe we can have Mira's board while I'm trying to update mine.
But I think you are updated.
I'm not updated. I'm updating myself.
King d6.
I think it's yours now.
Is it?
Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
So rook c6, knight c6, knight b5, and for whatever reason I said king c5, king e5, of course, is much more natural move to have the king on e5. Bishop d5 intermezzo looks like a blunder to me.
Well, rook a6 was played.
Rook a6, knight to c7. Wait a second. Rook a5, yeah? Rook a5, and he keeps an extra exchange because bishop c6, there is rook c5. And Magnus did play rook a5. Yeah, so I was really kind of curious if this would be enough to win this endgame. Had white taken the rook, but instead Aditya was trying to solve everything with tactics by going bishop d5, and
But there's nothing
rook
else.
a6, knight c7, rook a5, and
Yeah,
it's an extra exchange.
nothing else to solve, yeah? After this and rook c5.
It's an extra exchange and pretty much the game, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and no chances to hold.
No.
No, I don't think so.
I wanted to come up with some sort of a line, but yeah,
Oh,
there is rook c5, and you even lose the c3 pawn. Sorry, c3 pawn, because
Yeah,
this
it's a
would
check.
maybe kind of leave us some hope. Not much of hope necessarily, but at least some hope. Yeah, but black just chops the pawn, and then yeah, the other guy. Knight e6, fair enough. But then the knight's not hanging. Oh, well, it technically does, because bishop c6, king takes, bishop d5 would lead to this position where white keeps the pawn for the exchange.
So,
But can you play
knight
rook
e6.
a3?
Rook a3 here, or knight e7, yeah? Rook a3, I kind of like rook a3, where losing this pawn would probably means losing the game. King d3
There's knight b4.
allows knight b4, and king d2 just looks bad.
And now you can actually play knight e7 because
Knight
then,
e7, bishop c4, yeah?
yeah, and then e4 is hanging.
Ah, yeah, you can take
Yeah.
e4, yeah. Probably we should stop analyzing this one. It's an extra exchange, and it's moreover, it's move 40 made by white. Knight e6 was the last move, move 40, so it's no longer a time trouble. It's completely winning position for Magnus. So
Yep.
let's move somewhere where possibly we have like
Yeah, let's-
undefined positions here.
Let's quickly check up on tournament leader Narayanan.
There have been some simplifications, or quite a few of them.
Quite a few, yeah.
Quite a few of them. Well, in terms of kind of pieces exchanged, it's not so many, but with the disappearance of the knights and especially the queens,
And some pawns.
it's very hard to... No, but it's just kind of characteristics of this position. Like, whenever it's a rook and get 4 rooks, I don't know, especially like rook v rook, it's very hard to, you know, to stop yourself from saying, okay, it's going to be a draw.
Okay. Well,
Very-
I'm very happy with that assessment because there are far more interesting positions happening elsewhere.
Yep.
One that really caught my eye was the Matsudlu game.
Oh, Matsudlu game is crazy.
We
Oh.
had
And
to go there.
we've missed like some funny, exciting moments, but I don't think we'll have the time to restore everything. Rook a3, attempting to trap the queen with rook b3, I would assume. Knight to c5, yeah? Guarding the pawn. Bishop h5, bishop b2, rook a2. Again, didn't have the time to check with the computer, but the funny line computer was giving bishop to c1, bishop h5. Now, do not ask me what happens if knight takes, because computer said queen takes, and then you take c1, and then queen takes h8, and then queen takes a3, and it's a check, and it was unclear. Okay, pardon me. Queen takes b2, rook a2 instead. Queen captures knight, trade on g6. Queen g4, so black's up a piece, and he could have kept it by moving this knight away, but then g6 hanging and everything's hanging, so instead black went g5, and queen b3 intermezzo targeting the rook, protecting e6, queen back to e2, okay, g takes, h3, g3, such a crazy game.
Yeah. And there is a move there by Parham already. We will have it on the board
Right,
very soon.
Tikian is down to like 3.5 minutes, right?
Yeah,
And
and
now-
they're only on move 22.
Yeah, and now I'm not getting updated with the move, but it looks
Queen
like
d5.
Queen d5,
Queen d5.
centralization, yeah.
And also be careful with the knight moves.
Yeah, you would think, yeah, knight d6, what a nice outpost, right? What a nice outpost. But
Rook takes.
yeah, a rook takes or bishop takes, and then, yeah, this is a little threat that you've missed. Yeah, queen d5, fair point. And how many, I mean, it's not so many ways that white can protect the knight, yeah? To f3, black would take the pawn. Queen, protect the knight with the queen leaves the rook unprotected on a2. Moving the knight allows h2 checkmate. So there is one more way, which would be bishop f4, guarding the e5 pawn, and the kind of queen guards the knight.
Okay.
Maybe
And
there's
also-
g5.
Yeah, there is g5 for sure.
And you have to move the bishop back.
No, but g5, rook d2. There's also a threat for white. I mean, like rook d2.
I can take on f4. It's actually an interesting line. Let's show it on the board. g5, rook d2, gf, rook d5, and how do I take this rook?
But where queen down? No?
Yeah, it's a queen down.
It's an interesting line, especially for white, right? Like
Especially
white would be very interested in entering this one. Now, g5, yeah, g5. Rook d2.
Move the queen, obviously.
But yeah, but where do we
Queen
go?
b3.
Queen b3. But
then-
then I can
but then you take on
right?
G.
Or,
5.
yeah, like take d8 as well. Take d8, take g5. It's still, I'm not very. Yeah, before can you just take this guy? But then rook d2 again. Yeah,
Oh, well, then you have bishop d4.
d2, bishop d4. And I thought, but now I give you a check. That's what I thought. But then you
But
take
it's
with the
rook
rook.
takes knight.
But then you take with the rook. Yeah. Super inventive, I have to say, by both players. And Kartikeyan, he'd better come up with something solid here.
Well, he's under 2 minutes. And bishop f4 makes a lot of sense. I want, you know, he's also a very tactical player. I also wonder whether he is thinking about queen to g4 with the whole point.
like-
Yes, you give up the rook, but you can take the pawn on g7.
Take the pawn on g7. No, but then it's a check here. King h1, I would assume, right?
And then I guess you step back.
Queen c4, attacking both the knight and the rook.
Queen c4 or queen e2. Queen e2 is also kind of interesting, right? Attacking the rook and queen f3, threatening queen f3. But
Yeah.
queen c4 is
Yeah.
could be that after h2. Yeah, I was thinking like king g2 is probably more clever, but then
You still go queen c4 anyway.
at the very least you can go h1 and save the h8 rook
Yeah.
by trading.
Okay, so
So
queen
super
g4
sharp.
doesn't work. So bishop
Super
f4
sharp.
is
Queen
looking
f4
like the only move. Or
was
bishop.
played.
Okay,
Was played with 1 minute on the clock. That's super sharp again. It's such
and
a
now
lot of exciting
we were
games.
considering. Well, first of all, do
So
you
it's-
throw in h2 check?
Yeah, we said g5, but maybe we are not forced. Yeah, h2 possible. King h1.
King h1.
And now, you know, do the idea of bishops takes c5.
Bishop c5. So now it's different. Yeah,
So now-
he takes and we can block. And we can block.
Okay.
And
well-
he took it without pushing the pawn.
okay.
Bishop c5 is
He
on the
took
board.
bishop c5 immediately. Yeah, which perhaps makes, you know, sense in this line. Rook d2, bishop d4, and here white can play king h2, and a king arguably is... Oh, sorry, no, I meant the other line. When we were giving a check and bishop d4, and there was f3, and I thought, yeah, for now the diagonal's blocked. Maybe the rook will eventually take the pawn on the second rank, and being as it is, probably makes his pawn a bit, kind of a bit safer.
Yeah. But none of it happened, and rook d2 is already on the board,
Rook d2 is on the board.
followed by bishop d4.
Kartikeyan doesn't really have the time to
Yeah, to
for like
consider
hidden
everything.
resources or something. Yeah, he absolutely has to play this rook d2. What's the material after all? So 2 extra pawns for black, but it's still like h3 pawn can be lost in some scenarios. I'm just trying to figure out like if white only needs to play for an attack, or there is some merit of still keeping it more positional maybe winning one pawn back and then saying, okay, we'll win h3 later on.
Yeah. Well, Karthikeyan is under a minute right now. He needs to move very fast, and they are still on move 24. Ooh, still a long way to go to the 40th.
B1. Rook B1 attacking B7.
Yeah, do we care about this move? Can we just... I need this knight on G to get out, but...
This one's bad.
Knight to E7. Gets it out.
Yep.
Takes on B7,
Then,
knight F5.
He's planning to take on B7.
Uh-huh.
And now I was thinking about knight to G6. Or is it too much?
Yeah, could be. Could be now G6.
And I also need to check, because this position's so crazy.
Yeah.
Black does still have castling rights.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Queen G4, H2 check, and then the knight is with a check. So we have to keep in mind that there is always this check here. Knight D6, same thing, rook takes. Yeah, then it looks like very good for black. Right, knight G6. Hang on, rook takes G7, because this check I will be very pleased to play.
Oh, now you can go H2.
Uh-huh.
No check
Then
for
take
you.
this guy.
Yes.
But is it any good though? It's one really strange position, to be honest. There was one move, like in the position we have, there was one very ambitious move, C5, kind of guarding the bishop, and also, at least for now, the pawn is alive.
But you can go queen to B5. Jack? Forcing rook to D7, because otherwise you're playing queen takes B7.
Uh-huh.
And now there's knight D6.
And now there is knight D6, but there's still checkmate
That's right.
on
So
G2.
there's still a threat of H3, which, by the way, is not easy to stop because this guy is pinned.
Well, Magnus, we should go immediately to Magnus because
Magnus.
that game
They just finished.
now over.
Right, yeah.
I'm assuming that this is a win for
Magnus, yeah.
Absolutely.
Now it's come.
So rook e4, king d3, knight to d5, and Magnus's opponent had enough. I would say it's, a typical win for, I don't know if I'm allowed to say so, but kind of good old Magnus. Because those previous couple of games with black, it felt like he was nervous, right? Like pushing the position too much, like taking unnecessary risks. And here, like you play the main line, and possibly it looked like equalish, drawish. He's the better player, so he came up with a few kind of better decisions, and this is how he win.
Yeah. Magnus doing Magnus things, and a well-deserved victory for the world number one. And whilst we're on the move, can we also take a look at Hikaru's game against Paravyan? They're on move 29. No serious time trouble, but I'm just looking at this G5.
Wow, G7, G5, not bad at all.
Yeah.
Rook e1, queen b2, bishop a6, G5. What is that supposed to mean?
Yeah, maybe it is also because black wants to put the rook on the second rank or third rank or any rank, but just to save the king from the checkmate idea on the back rank.
Yeah, so perhaps you're right. So here it's too dangerous to kind of. It's impossible to go to c2, right?
Because bishop d3.
Because check and bishop d3. And if you go to c3, I guess still there might be some issues with the back rank. So you give a check, king goes, and now, like knight e5 ideas, bishop b7 to e4 ideas.
Or immediately rook d1 here. Maybe it's not.
It's like rook d1.
Just to play bishop.
But then it will be taken.
Yeah, it'll be taken.
No, rook is good on e1. no. I guess this could be 195. Knight e5 does some stuff like attack here. Anyway, so g5, and we are entering very, very forcing territory, because if the queen moves back, there will be rook c3, right? So queen f6 is it's an invitation for queen f6, and Hikaru says challenge accepted. Rook to c1. So this way, black makes sure a pair of rooks is traded. And he might be not that unhappy with the position. So if queen h6 doesn't work, which I don't think it does, so Hikaru already captured and went bishop f1. So now, is h6 pawn lost?
No, because you can play h5.
Whoa, that's a move I did not consider at all. But it kind of works, yeah?
Yeah, it kind of works because, although I am playing
and look,
h5,
and queen h6, you go h4, and you're actually quite stable, right? As long as the pawn is protected, you're actually quite stable. And you know what? There's also sort of a plan for... I mean, who's better would be my next question.
But can you play, okay, after in that last position,
So
can I
h5,
try to sacrifice something? Let's say here I play king h2.
Wait a second.
Or, I don't know.
I think I just blundered badly and tricked you into it. There is knight h4, right? There's
Well,
knight
you
h4.
also have rook
It's
takes.
called a pin.
Yeah, but you've got rook takes d4.
Rook takes d4.
And now you're going to have to go knight f3 and after rook.
No, this one, I think you have knight g6. I think you missed that. And then the rook is going to be lost.
Knight g6.
Yeah.
Bravo.
Yeah, and after some taking, there will be queen f6 in the end.
Yeah, so after knight h4, I have to look
Oh, but
for
this
something else, right? On the other hand, the queen is stuck. Knight g6 is a threat, though. That's a funny part. Like b5, knight g6 still...
Yeah, still the threat.
But why are we allowing the knight to get to h4?
Because I'm stupid. That's why.
Because, okay, h5, queen h6.
h5, queen h6, I couldn't see other way of guarding the pawn. Maybe I should not guard it at all.
Yeah, there's no threat, right? Well, maybe knight h4 is still a threat.
Like kind of h4
maybe
is
I
a
was
threat.
thinking b5, just get on with the
Yeah,
plan.
but then, like h4, and it's some sort of a race.
And again, keep going.
Before.
Yeah.
Knight g5.
And...
I mean, this could be a draw, honestly. Like you take on g5.
Well, he's reaching for a move.
And he took something.
No, it's not a draw. Queen takes. Queen's traded and the bishop unpinned and stops the pawn.
Yeah.
Terrible. Yes. Bishop f1. No update from me. Bishop f1. Queen a3. Oh, fair enough.
Queen a3, yeah.
Queen a3. Why push b5
Yeah,
before
yeah.
if you can get rid of this pawn? And queen h6.
Knight
you
e5.
Knight e5, yes.
Yep.
Hikaru goes after f7 pawn.
So queen f8, maybe? You have to protect f7,
Yeah, there is queen
right?
f8. There is also, like, if queen f8 doesn't work, I mean, this might not be lost. Because the pawns are quite dangerous. Like, if you just take and you say, okay, I'll leave the king open, but you don't have more than perpetual check. And sometimes it will be right. But there is also queen f8, and it's not clear. Oh, wait a second. Is this again? Nah.
No, I'm doing queen f7.
Although-
Yeah, but then I thought of this pin, but...
But wait 1 second, you do have bishop c4.
You do have bishop
and then
c4
knight
to start
takes
with.
f7.
You do have
Yeah.
bishop c4 to start
Yeah, this
with.
is
But
dangerous.
then you go a3 and you say, yeah, take it.
Can you just simply go knight g4?
Knight g4,
Just
yes.
attacking
Oh, wait.
h6 and then bishop.
He
Knight
made a
g4 was
move.
winning, yeah. Knight
Yeah.
g4 was winning.
Although you do have queen
He
g7.
made a move.
And after, knight
Queen
and
g7
takes?
kind of.
takes on h6 and king f8.
Oh, yeah, pardon me.
Well, not
Yep.
king
You're
f8,
right, you're
but king h7. Oh no, there's
Why
no
not?
bishop
check.
d3.
F8's
Yeah.
better. F8's
No, but
better.
there's the checkmate on e. No, there's no checkmate. Oh.
Rook guards it, yep.
Yep. Backward moves.
Rook takes e5, yeah. He captured
Yep.
the knight. Knight is too dangerous. Hornsey has to be eliminated. So now, let's speculate what's going to happen next. So let's say pawn takes, right? How do we do it? So I would think
Queen.
you
Queen
probably want
C1?
to attack, right? You probably want to. Well, Queen C1 is clever because the bishop is pinned for
Right.
a couple of moves.
I'm not fussed about the bishop.
And yeah, and Queen
the pawn
H6, A3,
Exactly. That's the plan.
A3.
And if you grab the B6 pawn, it doesn't matter because I'm just interested in
like
promoting
check
the A pawn.
here. Queen takes A3 still.
Yeah.
Here, however,
Well, you
the
do-
pawn's not moving.
But then you can go Queen A1,
You get Queen A1.
and you're still not untangling.
Absolutely. And yeah, I'm still kind of one tempo short, right? Because you go A2 and then Queen B1. Wow. D5 played. Okay. So Queen to C. Hang on a second. Don't we win a tempo then by going Queen A1? Oh no, then we allow this and this. However,
No, if you take on H6, take on E5, yeah?
well, then the bishop's unpinned. I mean, this is
But wait.
something.
You can, if you allow this, you can just simply advance the pawn to.
Like A3,
Yeah, now
and
A3.
say
I'm happy
you're
with the
not
draw.
you're not winning this one, which is fair thing to say. Yeah, like. But again, in the other line, we were not stressed at all, right? So Queen C1 perhaps it's even better. Can White do something about it? I mean, he probably has a draw by just giving a check and giving a check back, yes. So he's not worried.
And this is fascinating, but there's also an incredible game happening between Gukesh and Vaishali.
Right.
Vaishali, just 33
Wow,
seconds
wow,
left
wow.
on the clock,
What's
but
going
take
on?
a look at the pawn on
That
B3.
was the pawn I was supposed to win long time ago. Didn't work out, I guess.
Wow. Is she winning?
B3 is she's either winning or losing, or it's a draw. That's yeah, but what's going on? Like how do you stop the pawn? Do you stop the pawn at all?
Yeah, that is.
There's a big question.
Okay, so just to kind of spell out the obvious, rook takes bishop is not possible because of B2.
Absolutely.
And
So this one is no.
yep,
We're thinking of, say, attack this guy, take this guy and then somehow attack the rook, so when the rook leaves, take the bishop. I can't see anything.
no, because
Rook A3, there is always rook A3 or queen A3, so knight B3, it's just a piece down.
Yep.
So what do? Capturing E6 bishop could mean like getting some weak squares around the king. Could it be that this knight captures all of a sudden?
And
Kind of
takes
the
back?
Knight takes. You can throw in B2, which you probably should.
yes, let's go for that.
Rook B1, and then take the knight. Yeah, let's agree you take the knight, even though knight D2 is still a thing. But yeah, let's take
Yeah.
the knight.
And the knight takes back on
Then
E6.
we take. What do we take?
Knight
We take
E6.
E6. We could also consider taking
D5.
D5, but then no. E6.
You want to
E6.
attack for
You're also
checkmate on
threatening a
G7.
checkmate, yeah. Wait a second, but that means White's very happy because there's no way of stopping Queen G7 other than taking this guy. So instead of Fe6, was Knight D2 any good? That could be an option.
What does white do?
Worst case
Takes.
scenario, maybe takes on B2, say rook B2, right? And let's move the knight. I don't think white loses this one. Ideally, would prefer to take bishop D5, yeah, but I'm not sure if it's enough resources.
Why not?
Bishop
Bishop
D5.
takes D5. After pawn takes knight, you go knight
Sure.
takes
Or
Knight takes. Oh, wow.
Yeah, is it not checkmate?
That's the one I've made. Ah, no. We'll lose the bishop with a check at some point. Oh, no, or not.
King h2?
Or not. Right, king h2.
But I guess you can go knight to f3.
Yeah, knight f3, king g2 this time? Knight h4, right? I mean, and it goes on.
Rook
Yeah.
G.
And you go here, right? Rook h1 and you go forward. That's crazy. Look, check, you go here. H5, you go here. Ah, illegal move made by a grandmaster. You are the witnesses. Whoa.
Oh, this is a crazy game, but very interesting.
Absolutely. Also, Vaishali is like down to her last seconds. She has 33 seconds. That means the move before b3 was made with 3 seconds on the clock. Very sharp.
So I think that is a critical line to calculate. Knight c takes e6.
B2, b2, knight b1, knight d2. Like leaving this rook. Oh wait, is knight c7 a move with the tempo?
Yeah, I was about to say just that move.
Knight c7 is a move with the tempo. And knight b1.
Takes on b8.
b8, king h7, white has to be winning somehow.
Just take on d5 with the other knight.
Take on d5, yes. So knight d2, there's simply knight
Takes
c3.
c3.
Yeah.
And this is also bishop e4 is coming. Yeah.
Right, fair enough. So knight c6 might be winning, but as always, kind of you have to watch out for different tactical tricks.
Yeah, the computer assessment is that it is winning for white. After knight c takes e6, I'm just going to check whether it's the only way to win. You can also capture with the f knight, but that's not as good, let's say. But so we see a move.
Let me see.
He's gone, I think, knight f takes.
Knight.
Knight f takes e6.
He went knight f.
He went
e6,
with the other knight.
But then after b2, he's kind of d5 pawns not hanging.
Yeah, b2 and
b1.
b1.
And here, can you do knight d2?
Yes, you can, and you should.
Knight d2. Right.
So what's the difference between the other knight?
So you have the knight on c5 instead of knight on f4, right?
And the knight on f4, and there
Kind
is
of
this
was
knight
attacking.
c7 and attacking d5.
Maybe
Yeah.
knight c7 is still there, though. Ah, wait, and then you go queen b6, which
Queen
you
b6.
could have gone in the other line. Then it's like queen takes, rook takes, and I guess...
Hang on, she's made some moves.
I don't know what I guess.
It was b2.
Originally, I thought knight d5 would work, but there is knight d2 and no way of stopping the b1 queen. So that's one line which does not work.
She took on e6. After b2 rook b1.
But now
knight
knight
e6,
takes
pawn
e6.
but now it doesn't matter, right? Sorry, after
b2 rook b1 and then
take
take on
this
e6.
So it was knight f takes, b2, rook b1, pawn takes, but now knight takes.
e6.
Yeah.
Kind of wins the game, yeah?
Yeah.
And it is played.
It is played.
So
yeah.
after queen takes, it's a check on b8, king h7. What's the kind of the clearest way of winning this one?
Probably queen b3. Just attack.
Yeah, attack the bishop. Yeah, fair enough. Queen b3 works. I thought once again that that's an ugly way, but probably also winning would be bishop f1. And if that's the last queen e4, no. Never mind. Yeah, queen b3 is simple and good.
Yeah, especially because you can meet knight to d2 with queen c2 check.
Or you can take first.
Take.
You can take and check.
Yeah.
Oh, there's queen g6.
Don't give a check.
No, don't give a check.
Just
Just take.
it.
Yeah.
This one's not running anywhere. This horse is not running anywhere. Yeah, now I'm not getting updated on this board, so I have to manually kind of reconstruct it
Yeah.
all
So.
the time.
So knight f. Knight FE,
Yeah, captured.
B2,
Yeah, B2, rook B1,
B1.
captured, and
captured on E6, and captured
Already-
on, yep,
already-
already played.
already played. Queen
Queen B8, King H7.
King H7, and your Queen B3 just
Mm.
wins the. Wait a second. You said there was rook Queen G6. You mentioned in some other line, but how about Queen G6 right now?
E4?
E4, yeah.
But now you.
But then Bishop D4. Here I'm not so sure because this is kind of an important. Pawn
Yeah,
to
this is
lose.
important.
Important pawn to lose. They might be still winning, of course, and probably still is, but like this, right?
Or what about after, I don't know, there's Queen B1 as well. So, yeah, Queen G6 instead of E4, just take on B2, rook takes B2, bishop takes B2, and then bishop D5. How is it?
Bishop B2 and bishop.
But there's Queen B1 check, maybe.
It's 3 pawns, right? It's not. You mean you're like winning this guy?
Yeah.
You're winning this guy. So check. You go King G2.
And knight moves to D2.
D6 or D2? D2.
D2 looks more, yeah, and then Queen has to go to B5, but he
Queen
played it.
played.
Queen B3 is on the board.
What's played?
Queen B3 is on the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can have my board maybe, meanwhile.
Yeah, I think mine is kind of stuck because.
Yeah, so Queen B3, we saw that Queen G6 could be one of the dangerous moves to play. And here, yeah, this maybe doesn't work. Maybe Queen here, check
Queen
here,
B1.
and then knight here. Or King G2, or
King G2. Yeah.
either one, King G2 or King H2. But yeah, if you're looking at this position, hang on, I think King H2 is a better move because now we have Queen to B8. Because if with the King on G2, there's Queen F1 in this position, right?
Okay, could be.
And I don't know how to evaluate this position. I mean,
Well, Bishop G8 is a huge threat.
yeah, this could be the idea.
The king is going to be forced out into the open. They're on move 39.
And Vaishali is down to a few seconds left.
Has she found Queen G6?
Did she?
I think she probably has.
Queen G6.
We'll have to move
Wait
soon.
a second. Sad news though that something like Rook D1 is relatively
Easy, just,
simple. Knight D2. You just take the bishop. You let them promote, but you're
She
like 2
played-
pawns up. And
And D5, yeah?
Yeah, and
In the end, it will be 3 pawns up,
dead
yeah.
weak, yeah.
Well,
Queen F5 instead of Queen G6 was played by Vaishali.
But Queen
Now
F5
E4.
also allows E4.
Now E4, yeah. Now E4 works.
I was wondering about this. So E4,
yeah,
E4
he moved
played,
it. He moved it.
and now I guess she just has to roll the dice and capture that pawn in the middle.
So D takes.
D takes, and the big idea is just simply to go E3. Nothing more than that.
So
Queen takes bishop, right?
but Queen takes bishop after E3. I'll take like
Rook
this.
takes
Rook
pawn, yeah.
B2, yeah?
Everything.
Yeah, this is
Protective too as well.
that's it. So E4, yeah, DE already played.
And Queen C3 will be perhaps the end of it. I mean, you could trick like someone like me in this position, but not Gukesh, I'm afraid.
Yeah, but anyway, they already entered. Now Gukesh is thinking, oh yeah,
Queen C3 is
Queen
played.
C3. I thought he was going to take a while, since this is the 41st move. But yeah, Queen C3 just.
Why think if it's
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 very-
not such a complex line?
But what a fight this game was.
Yeah, that was a
You know, it was
huge fight.
complications all the way through, and there we see it. The players have made the time control. They've passed move 40. They will be getting a 30-minute time bonus. And E3 played.
Going on.
And then he just, I think, moved right away. Rook B2.
And okay, so whilst this position has completely clarified and Gukesh is now winning, I would like to run as fast as we can.
And he won.
And he won. And they have finished the game. It is a victory for Gukesh. But let's run as fast as we can to the game between Kartikeyan and Magsudlu. because they're still in time trouble. The position is still
Absolutely
crazy.
crazy. Like
Wow.
last move, rook g7.
Okay, we saw the move until rook b1, like on move 25, and rook d7 was played. Takes on d4, takes knight d6. Hang on, what is
You
going
can
on?
also see in the camera there that a result has been agreed between
Draw.
Hikaru
Paravyan.
It's a draw.
Nakamura and the Paravyan. It
Do
is
you want
draw.
to switch back to Hikaru's first, or
let's kind of
finish
cover
this
the
one?
time
Okay.
trouble here.
okay?
and
So
then we'll
here
do a recap.
takes queen f3. Wow, letting the king. I mean, there's no other way, I guess. Yeah, bishop here, knight f5, king h2, g6. What is going on?
No one knows. No one knows.
I think if we have to analyze the whole game, it will take us
Yeah, like
hours.
g7. Just went rook g7. Yeah, rook takes.
And that's it.
takes.
We can see there the game between Erigaisi and Marcarian did end in a victory for
Erigaisi has
Erigaisi.
won.
Yep.
It's a
At some-
spectacular final position. There.
At some point, he had 3 pass pawn on a5, b5, c5.
It
At
was-
the end, he had 2 pass pawns on a6 and b6.
Okay, good enough to win, yeah?
Progress.
Progress.
Makarian made a lot of funny moves in this game.
Queen takes f5 is on the board right now.
What? Maksudlu.
Maksudlu game.
Queen f5, that's something that he blundered apparently. However, now if you think of it, can Black possibly take
Black
queen?
took it.
Yeah,
Black
he
already took
has.
it,
He
yeah.
has to anyway. Yes.
And then, okay, knight f5 has to be played. And where does this king go?
You
to
never know,
F.
honestly.
To
No, I mean it could be g8.
Yeah, it could be.
I'm not
Yeah.
ironical. It could be g8 because now your pawns will start moving, and it could be important that like king never gets into check. But yeah, let's move it somewhere.
Let's
because
move
we
to
are-
your g8 there and takes on
I don't know. Yeah,
d4,
knight d4,
and
and I think you
start-
start with the a pawn. Like you go a4.
a4, and maybe I'll take this or not really. Maybe just push f4 and then try to I
So
think it's good.
a3. First, let's make sure that the knight is kind of distracted. A2.
And then okay, this knight goes to b3 or c2.
That's the question.
Okay, let's pick one. Yeah, let's
Will be and then I move the b pawn.
b5.
b pawn.
Then I
Yeah.
move the b pawn. And I'm afraid in this particular line, Black might be faster.
And now I guess you have to go king takes pawn.
Yeah, king takes b4, threatening
now
b3, so knight
knight
a1
a1.
forced, c5. And too many enemy. c4, f6, b3, f5, b2. Too much.
Yeah, one tempo short. I mean, maybe two tempo short, but yeah,
Could be. I don't know if, king f7 was played by Maksudlu.
King f7, yeah.
In fact, like there is no reason to be clever because the knight was moving to
to the other side of the
b3
board
and
anyway,
c2 anyway.
right?
Yeah.
And the king is closer to the e pawn now on f7.
So the question is like who tricked whom? Right? And he plays a4, and
Yep.
he is faster. I believe he is faster.
And the players have made the time control, so that means they get an extra half hour on the clock.
And no one else is in time trouble, I would say.
Yeah, but we have to kind
No,
of
there are
catch up with
too
what
many,
happened.
but we did have a series of results. So let's see how the game between Hikaru and Paravyan finished. And we left it.
And it finished pretty much.
Yeah.
So we left it after d5. Queen c1 was played.
And queen d8.
I remember we were trying some line where white gets ambitious and perhaps gets in trouble as well. And Hikaru just went with queen d8 and back to f6.
Yeah,
Better
king
check.
g7, queen f6, and just
Well fought game.
Yeah. And
maybe we can update ourselves on Erigaisi's game. How that game?
how
ended
did
up.
that finish?
Look at
Because
this
it was
one.
very picturesque in the end.
Okay, so sorry. So where did we see it? The last one. I think it was bishop g4. No, it was.
Let's just say like
something
around
like this.
move 30 pawns started
Yep.
to move because.
So knight c6. Okay, we saw the sacrifice. Bishop b5, bishop g4, and then queen c1. Okay, and takes. And now how many pawns? 3 pawns. 3 pawns for the piece, yeah, for the knight. And then bishop b3, and soon, after some tradings, the pawns were moving up here.
Yeah, like what black does also makes some sense. So at least trying to get, you know, sort of counterplay, but apparently he's too slow. But you never know, huh?
Takes.
Pawn takes.
Knight here. And
Knight
this is the
E7.
position where I saw all these 3
knight
pawns.
E5, right? Or what it was.
A6, knight g4, h3. So
He's almost in time.
takes, and now the takes on here.
C3. No, that's a kind of a nice joke at the very end by Paravyan. D1 knight.
Yeah, because can you not take it actually?
Yes, you can, but why? You would have taken the queen at B winning, right?
Yes,
So
yes.
he promotes the knight, you just take.
Yes, and then black resign after rook takes d1.
Nice touch. And a classy game there from Erigaisi. I guess it was the Marcarian's dubious opening. And going to this game,
Abdusattorov versus Narayanan.
I have to confess, I thought that this game would be finished quite a while ago. I assumed it was
Yeah.
going to be an easy draw.
Hang on, isn't this a silent draw offer by Narayanan? Like in this position, king f2, check here and come back. So if Abdusattorov decided to play king f2, I think
Very
black would
likely,
repeat.
but
yeah.
Abdusattorov's not interested, I would be.
Just play
say.
rook e3, and then here. And after a few moves,
Not a lot of stuff going on. Like moves are made, but progress not so much.
yeah.
So rook b5, b2 is targeted.
So
Okay.
after rook b2, what's happened? This pawn, how do you protect this pawn? Rook e6, but there's d5,
I don't think you protect this pawn.
so just let it be, yeah?
I don't know, maybe you go a3 and say take the a pawn.
Also rook here and then here maybe, or if black wants to do that, rook b6 immediately and then
Yeah, rook
attack.
b6 by
But
the
could
way.
you-
Yeah, why don't
Yeah.
you just
Could you,
wait?
you protect it with rook
You can,
rook
yeah.
e6?
Rook e6, but then d5 is a bit annoying.
Yeah,
right?
you meet
because the
rook.
pawn starts moving.
Yeah. Because I liked your a3 idea.
Yeah, but d5, I'm not sure where do I go after d5.
Yeah, I wanted to play rook b.
Rook
3
check
check.
runs into rook c3,
Yes.
and we have kind of the
So-
same problem. That's what I wanted to say. Like the only really dangerous business for black would be to trade a pair of rooks, and then white has the pass pawn and also the very active king, which is a trouble, right? With two pairs of rooks on the board, I don't think it's too dangerous. Like he takes on e4 anyway, we'll be able to block the d pawn somehow. And this one, yeah, I don't know, I'd be a bit scared. So I'd rather go for some sort of counterplay with
just
like
rook
rook
b3,
b6, yeah,
rook
rook
b6.
b6, and rook d2, rook b6. Like if the other rook goes back,
takes this-
if takes b2, should be good enough, right?
Nice move.
Nice move, but what happens if we take?
Yeah. takes, and who's better?
Yeah, like black is up a pawn.
But yeah.
Black is up a pawn. It's enough to say black is not losing this one, right?
Yeah.
What do you want me to say? Like a3, something. It must be a draw still. But if anything, like here after a3,
And what happens if white, instead of defending the b2 pawn, just pushes
correct.
for
D5.
goes d5. This is a legit question. Because now we probably start calculating, right? Rook b2.
Rook b4.
Rook b4.
Then I go.
Yeah, that's my idea. Rook f3 takes on here, things like that.
e4, rook d4.
Rook d4.
So again, I'm pretty much concentrated on one and only one pattern, that my king is active
Yes,
and
yes.
a set of rooks is traded,
Yes.
which might still not be enough. I'm not saying anything.
So, should black take this right away or give a check and take?
Wait, if we take b2, there's d6, right? I mean, maybe we can do this. I mean, it's ugly, but rook b8. d7, rook d8, yeah? How do you lose? Like
This and then
rook c,
this,
rook f8, yeah. How do you lose this?
I think you should keep both sets of rooks on the board.
As white, yeah?
Yeah, as white.
But then it's very hard to make progress again. I mean, I have
But you can play rook a7.
instead
you
of
can
rook
take-
c8, yeah?
yeah.
Or here, actually. Just take on the pawn. Or rook c4.
But I'll attack the d pawn. No, I mean, it won't happen that easy, right? So you go here, rook f7. You can't have your cake and eat it, right? As they say.
Oh, hang on. Sorry. I missed it. In this position,
Yeah, you could go rook
I
a7
cannot.
at once, but then once again, rook f7. So I'll make sure that the d7 pawn targeted the
I
top.
don't think it's such a good idea to push the d-pawn so
Yeah,
far up
maybe
the board.
you don't go so
I think
far.
you can go up to d5 so that you capture
Uh-huh.
on e4 and support the pawn.
Yeah, king takes. But then still, like, you know, black still has this
king takes here?
pawn of his
Oh.
own. Yeah, like you can take on e4. You can take on e4, but then a3, let's say. How on earth black supposed to lose this one? I don't think he does.
Okay,
Like so many, you know, so many tricks
yeah.
for black.
Yeah.
Yeah, because moves like d6 can be met by even rook takes.
Yeah, at
No,
some
it doesn't
point,
work.
yeah, we'll
But,
get to the moment where you
eight,
kind of win the rook and don't win the game anyway.
Yeah, the endgame with each side has one rook is complicated. Two rooks even more complicated.
Twice as complicated.
Twice as complicated. Okay, so this one and
Looks
yeah.
like a draw, right? Then, I mean, potentially,
Potentially,
a draw,
mhm.
still a lot of
And
fight.
we also-
Maksudlo seems to be winning.
still thinking after a4, 41st move for Kartikeyan.
Yeah.
An interesting fact about Masulu, like he lost in round 2 against Madaminov, Uzbek kid, and he's won 3 in a row. So he played a very good game against Salem
Yeah,
in
yeah,
game
that's
5.
true.
And now with the black pieces,
If he
as
wins
you
one
say,
more, right?
he wins more. It's 4 in a row.
Can we check if there's any chance a white captures the pawn and is in time with the king? So kind of
Okay.
we forget about winning, we never push the pawns, but let's say we take on h3, black goes a3, right?
And then f4.
And then, no, that's kind of to run with the king. Because
Oh, just run the king.
F4, I think we tried.
We tried. Okay, let's try king g4.
So king g4,
a2. And now
Say one of the two, knight e3 or knight c2, maybe not that, maybe knight c2 still. So b5, king f4, right? b4, knight a1, c5, king e4, c4, king d4, black's in time. b3, king c3, right?
b3, king c3, and
b3,
and then just play king.
king e6, f4, and I guess it's a draw. I guess it's just a draw. So said Maksudlo's winning, but
Okay, let's run through.
yeah.
this
I mean,
one
obviously
again.
d5.
it does contain a lot of mistakes, but the pawn was taken. So 41st move made by Kartikeyan. He captured the pawn. Maksudlo went a3. So my idea was that we go king g4.
King g4.
Okay.
a2. Knight c2 has to be played.
a2, we said knight c2, right?
Is it possible to not be
Push
so
the-
committal with the A pawn and instead push the C pawn? I'm just
Well, like not going
Like this, yeah?
go c5.
C5 first.
Isn't it like the same if the knight goes to c2.
Yeah, after knight c2, you have to play a2, yeah?
You'll have to play a2, and it's
And then
king's
b5.
going.
Oh, sorry, king going.
Via f5,
Hang on.
maybe via f5. You have b5, king e4, and that's it. I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Aditya went for it.
that's
King
what he
g4 is on
does.
the board right
That's
now.
what he does.
Yeah, so he is not wasting tempi with all the pawn moves, but instead just get the king to the other side of the board and try to stop those 3 pawns.
And if you go
Mhm.
b5 first,
b5 here.
yeah, because it's quite a
Okay.
concrete position.
I'll do this.
b5.
And now,
There's also, I mean, you have to be one have to be careful because b5 runs into e6, and you don't want to calculate this stuff, right?
And Masulu didn't calculate. Instead, he just played it.
He just played b5. So what happens if, no, but seriously, what happens if e6 is the move?
okay, e6, king, e8.
King e8.
One
Yeah,
has
so
to
I
be
cannot
careful.
really take.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
And maybe I will lose later on because I'll lose the e6 pawn. So forget about e6. I'm not playing e6. Pardon me. So b5. What's the big trick? Knight c2, and I can still have the same position, right?
Oh, I cannot play
Before I'll
yeah,
take.
Yeah.
So knight
So
c2,
A2.
a2, and we are back to
King
Just
f5.
checking. Just checking,
Yep.
king f5.
can you sacrifice the pawn? I'm assuming no.
After
No, you cannot. I just wanted to check that
Mm.
you couldn't just sacrifice the a pawn, but no, you can't.
yeah, so this pretty much force here.
Knight
Yep.
a1, and then you can't do much. So it's c5 here.
Oh, okay. After a2, b4, yeah. King f5,
King f5,
and then b4, and then you have to play here.
I have to play knight a1,
Mhm.
and he goes c5, and king e4,
C4.
c4, king d4, yeah. Just in time.
And after,
b3, yeah, like c3 doesn't really help. c3, king
so king
c4, I
c4.
think that's how we lose.
Yeah.
okay. Hang on. So c3,
King
King
c4.
c4.
king c4.
And he just takes
Game
everything.
over.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how we lose. So instead we have to play b3, king c3, and yeah,
King
no one
e6,
can,
f4.
no one can make any progress, it would seem, right?
Very instructive endgame.
Yeah.
It's quite fascinating.
Yeah.
And just checking, everyone has made the time control. Everyone is in the endgame stage. So it's the perfect time for us to take a short break. But during the break, we have a short video of the venue. The players are playing in the wonderful Lusail Arena. And let's have a look at what goes on behind the scenes.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Qatar Masters. Today in this video I'm gonna take you everywhere at the Lusail Sports Arena where the Qatar Masters is happening. We have a lot of chess players from around the world, including Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Anish Giri and many more. Follow me. The first point is the security check. Everyone has to go through these gates. Our first stop is the commentary room where Irene, Jovi and Miro are doing the commentary. You can check it out on YouTube of Qatar Chess Association. Let's go inside. We cannot talk there. We have to be quiet. This is the players' lounge. They are coming here to get some drinks and maybe some snacks during the game, so I'm gonna get myself a cup of coffee too. Our next stop is the broadcast room. We're going to see a lot of screens there and the place where you can see every and each player. Let's go. In the broadcast room, usually we cannot speak loud, but today they allowed me to because I'm recording this video to show you guys how the process is going. And here we are in one of the most spectacular playing venues for the chess tournaments. Right now, hundreds of the chess players are playing a chess game. There are also the arbiters in the venue and the spectators on the other side, where they can observe the games on the big screen. We do have two pools here, A and B. Those players who are below 2300 FIDE ratings, they have to play in pool B, and the rest of the players are playing in pool A, where the first prize is $25,000. The total prize fund of the tournament is $108,000. This is the VIP area where we have very special guests coming and observing the chess games and enjoying the time. And my favorite part of the room is here, where we have some of the snacks and you can just enjoy. And here we are at one of the most fun places. This is the fun zone where the players are coming to give me the interview and also to make some photos with the fans and give the signatures. So it's always a lot of people around. We also have a chess set on the side. We have some activities here for the fans. You can see on the background people are playing chess. But one thing that I really want to understand what is going on is this place over here. Hello. This is the Arabic handwriting, and now this is recent. This is Katie.
Yes.
This is my name in Arabic. It's beautiful. That's it for now. I hope you enjoyed the video and maybe you can join at the Qatar Masters next year.
Hello and welcome back to the final portion of round 6, and it's been an eventful day so far. We saw there in the camera the playing arena in Lusail where most of the players have departed. So let's take a look at today's results so far. At the top of the table, we did see Magnus Carlsen beat Samant, and we are bringing up the results right now. And
yeah, once again, a lot of draws, Jovi, right?
Yes, a lot of draws, but they were very eventful draws. Hikaru Nakamura, what a game against Paravyan. And Abdusattorov and Narayanan. We will take a look at the conclusion, but in the break, we do see that it is a draw. And a fantastic game from Erigaisi, who just simply gave his opponent no chance. And it was a draw between Qartiqeyan and Maksudlu, and Gukesh winning an important game against Vaishali. And if we take a look at games 11 down to 20, let's see the results there. And there were a lot of draws at the top, but it's down at the bottom where we can see some decisive results. Anish Giri winning very quickly in that unbalanced endgame against Bilal Belasen. And also, this could be a surprise, actually. Nihal Sarin absolutely getting destroyed, I would say, by Pranath, and Fedoseev winning against Musavi. So Fedoseev making a comeback.
Yeah, Fedoseev 4 in a row and still in...
Back to the tournament.
Fight. Yeah, still in the fight.
Yep.
So let's sum it up. So we have currently 2 leaders with 5 points each. That's Narayanan, who made a draw against Abdusattorov, and it is Erigaisi who won against Marcarian. However, we still have 2 games going. And
can we show
the
conclusion between Abdusattorov and
Yes,
Narayanan?
we will. Yeah, yes, we will. So as if any of the games in progress, and namely Aditya with Sindarov is better with black, and Jumabayev, Yakuboyev, where once again black, Yakuboyev has some chances of any of the 2 win. That would mean they join the leaders. Let's check Abdusattorov against Narayanan, this rook endgame that we kept looking for winning chances for white. And d5 was one of the lines we were looking at, rook b2, d6, and then I was opting for passive defense with rook b8. However, Narayanan found pretty much a forced draw. So rook b3 check, and what they do, you take the pawn, right? And then rook goes to b6. And you would think, yeah, but you're helping me move the pawn, but then in this case it's a check, and the king has to go to the d file, and it's another check. Doesn't matter where the king go, by the way. And then rook takes rook and also stops the pawn. So that's, yeah, d7 would be too optimistic. And white just played rook c5, and a draw was agreed.
Very instructive technique there. Okay, and the game between Maksudlu and Qartiqeyan.
Yeah, that's, I think, the most eventful draw we have.
Yeah, it was a crazy game.
That was very, very crazy.
And finished with the position that we had a couple of times reached in our analysis, right? So both sides kind of stopping opponents' passed pawns, but couldn't make any progress any further, right?
And okay, so let's go to the game between Aditya and Sindarov.
So that's the one here. I think it's kind of plain and simple. Black is a pawn up, got a better pawn structure, pretty much better everything. King is headed towards f4, as far as I understand. So, right, so I would guess like you have to move the bishop, perhaps?
Bishop moves, then...
Then you probably drop the rook back to c5.
Yeah.
So this, you do this. However, it's not that easy to
Is it not possible to coordinate a king run to the queen
here,
side?
right? But then, you know what? He could have done it with king b6, and yeah, maybe king b6, rook b1, right? So I thought, like, since he went king d4, he is going to f4, but maybe not. And white absolutely has to move the bishop right now, otherwise king c5, king b4, and block on b3 and win, right? So say if white does pretty much anything else, like this loses to g4 as well, but just to illustrate my point, so you go here, and then if say check happens, you already block on b3 and you win relatively easy. So therefore, I think you need to move the bishop with white. Moving it to b5 is one idea, but king c5 happens nonetheless. Rook takes king b4, both guys hanging. So that's why it's a set move to d1, but that's perhaps what you have to do. Gonna go to d1, and then white goes.
Not reaching
He
for
actually
king
went
g3.
king g3. He actually went king g3, which means, well, g4 kind of works, but you don't have to. I think king c5 is kind of the most straightforward.
So maybe white is trying to provoke this g4, because then
I'm not sure what his plan is, though.
Yeah.
I mean,
to be honest,
honestly,
yeah.
Like what his plan is. Like bishop d1 then maybe, and he does not lose this one, and he also attacks.
Yeah.
Well, in fact, bishop d1 after g4 highlights that g4 is not the brightest idea. So wait, yeah, king g3, king to c5. Well, maybe rook b1 stops the kind of immediate disaster. Maybe it doesn't.
now you can
Yeah, like rook b5 check.
you control that square, right, with bishop c4.
Bishop c4.
And then you're going to follow that through with rook a3,
rook a3,
break the blockade.
a4, yeah.
Yeah, that works too.
Yeah, well, maybe in this case he starts like moving.
Also, be careful, there's bishop e2.
Bishop e2, there is like f6. Yeah, I mean, black has to be winning.
Bishop e8 is played.
Bishop e8.
Yeah.
After king c5, bishop
Aha.
e8 is played.
Sneaky.
Right you are. So king b4, there'll be this
Rook a4.
check. Yeah, fair enough. So kind of forces the king back to b6 then.
Yes,
Still
and
not
he did it.
easy, right? King to b6, okay.
And just one point, if the bishop gets to b3, the black bishop gets to b3, its counterpart doesn't have too many squares. So I'm thinking, you know, maybe it could even be trapped.
Yeah, bishop b3, one thing. There's also like a plan to go rook b3, rook b4, bishop b3, then push the... Yeah. No, bishop b3, I like your bishop b3 a lot. Yeah, just go bishop b3. Still...
Well, it's a threat, I think. It was white to play, so I'm expecting white to actually drop the bishop back to a4.
Yeah, be careful with this g4, yeah, because this is a threat now. And if not bishop a4, then maybe white has to play king g2 back.
King g2, but then I think we win with bishop
Yeah.
Bishop
e3.
e3.
Right?
Yeah, so bishop, that's right, bishop has to go back to
Because
a4.
there's also like... Oh no, wait a sec. Is this a trick?
Yeah.
Because this is a threat, this is a threat, and king c5 drops the a5.
Right?
Whoa.
Careful there.
Wait a second. How do you win, after all?
What about going back to your plan of putting the rook on?
Rook on
B3.
b3 and then b4. Could be. Yeah, like...
Can we just focus on the pawn? Like, let's say I play rook c2 now with the idea of rook a2, and whenever you give me a check, I'll just move my king up.
Also possible. And rook a2. Yeah.
But, well, guys, bishop a4 was played.
Bishop a4.
Bishop a4 is already
So
played.
he is trying to block it.
So if a4, bishop d1, takes.
That's what we said, right? Yeah, like bishop d1 you probably need to do. Otherwise, you know, black will take this one with the rook and win on the king side, even if he loses the a-pawn. So bishop d1 is a must. But wait a second, and then... But yeah, but this has
But
to be...
yeah,
like,
just take, and
easily
now bishop
winning.
b3 if you take on
Easily
f3.
winning. Even if you don't.
Bishop b3 is next.
Yeah,
move.
like I think bishop b3 is pretty much the next move anyway. Then you are ready to support it with a4, and there's not much to do. What else could he possibly think of? Like a check here, just in case. Where the
King
kings
c7.
go. Where the kings go, and king c7. And then bishop d1.
But no, just take on f3.
Now we take.
And a4 if you don't take. I mean, if you take it.
Well, you can be clever, right? You can move your rook.
With white?
Yep.
Rook,
So it's the rook.
rook b5, yeah?
I thought rook
Or
a1. There's no immediate threat, so you can go rook a1.
yeah, but then the bishop no longer controls b5, so I'll go king b6, and after the check I can go to
King
c5,
c5.
yeah.
Yeah, but then I check again. Yeah, and then the king's...
Right, and then the king gets to b4, and now finally...
Bishop b3.
But we saw the trick, though. The
Oh, rook
trick was
a4.
Bishop a...
Rook
What
a4,
did
king
they
b5.
Rook a4, king b5, it's not the same, right? The trick was with the bishop on e8. And the bishop on e8 was good, but it was not protecting the f3 square. Okay, let's go back to current position. So, bishop a4, Sindarov. Would he play I think
g4.
G4 is
Okay, I have an idea. After g4, you go rook b1 check.
b1 check. Yeah, but I think that's what we did.
Yeah, but now you're
C7.
going to have to go back. And
like do this, or...
this was the big idea, to just not care about the...
But you lose many pawns there. I'll just play
So
rook
say, for
f3.
instance, if you go bishop d1 first,
Bishop d1 first,
and then...
pawn takes,
And now
and rook
to
b5.
b5.
Yeah. So that was what
This
I was
was the
trying.
plan. Okay.
Rook a3. Rook a3. So, well, maybe this is still a chance, right? So we go there.
But maybe...
Bishop d7 I want to play.
Why not bishops? Oh, yeah. Bishop d7.
4.
No, rook c5.
Yeah.
That's one way to lose.
And bishop d7. Somehow this rook doesn't have that many squares, right, on the 5th rank. And if it leaves, I think a4 is what we do.
Oh, you can play bishop c6.
Bishop c6 as well, yeah.
Yeah, bishop c6, and whatever you do, there's f5.
Yeah, many things. I just want to promote the 8 pawn. I mean, that's why. I mean, you can win it. Probably you can win it the other way.
There's the Italian concept when it comes to endgames. You make haste, but don't rush. And I guess, you know, black can have a lot of fun just improving moves with the king. And someone else that is a pawn up, I would like to go to that game and check in on it.
Jumabayev.
Jumabayev against Yakuboyev.
So Yakuboyev is a person pawn up, right? I don't really remember. I think we looked at the very early stages of this, like somewhere around here, even earlier. And I don't think we'll go through all the moves, so let's just check. Say somewhere here. It does look like black was the one superior, like attacking a3 and so on. Anyway, it ended up being like lots of trades and knight c3, and this pawn falls. Move 40, yeah. Rook b4, rook d4, and turns out white can't really win the pawn back. So a check. Rook b6, an interesting move. Knight a2, knight c1, knight d3, bishop e2. Threatening a threat, as they say. f5 and f3. After f3, how does black make substantial progress?
Bring the king up.
If
King
it's too
G6,
slow,
right?
Could there be a problem with the bishop takes knight?
Yeah.
And I'm
And
just
king
afraid
F2, yeah?
that that pawn is going to get corralled. And now king F2.
Maybe king
Just
G5.
right, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Just in
Well,
also doesn't work.
You've
yeah,
also-
king G5.
King G5, king
you
F.
could
You've got
try.
Yeah, king
Or
G,
then
king F2.
F4. King
Takes,
pawn
takes.
first. King takes.
G3.
G3
And this
king.
bye-bye pawn.
Goes, yeah, like if you go to E5, still, right? King E3.
Yeah.
But could he possibly take it immediately then? He decided not to.
There's also another move. There's G4 as a
Yeah,
possibility.
after King G6, there is G4. That's what I was kind of interested to check. Because, yeah, there is still this motif of capturing F5, capturing C4, right? If black takes back. Or say here, black captures and then you go rook C4,
And knight F4.
knight F,
Nice.
And bishop D3.
and bishop D3. Tactics for the sake of tactics.
Wow.
What
That
can I
is
say?
an impressive move. Bishop D3.
Tactics for
know.
the sake of tactics, but it is an impressive move, right? Yeah, but not only that. Not only that, but can it be... yeah, otherwise you don't win, right? King G5, white just captures.
And still the same
And king
idea.
F4? Can we try king F4?
King F4, though. You're right, there is no... Yeah, maybe it is dangerous. Now I realize, maybe it is dangerous. Like, you don't have F2 square.
This is where the computer just laughs at us and goes, bishop F1. It's all good.
Right?
Wow.
Seriously.
No, I was just joking.
No, but you know, what surprises me, like if we are correct assessing this one as a draw, bishop d3, pawn takes, rook d2, what could possibly stop white from kind of playing it immediately and instead he went for f3? It could be this, right?
Yeah, here I was...
And then f3,
F4
and he's
I
going to
wanted.
play f4.
I wanted actually
yeah.
F4.
F4 with white.
Yes.
But then...
I'm okay with you winning the F pawn because white will win the D pawn.
you go king f2, then drop
Well,
it with a check, but...
I was thinking that you could...
yeah, I mean, maybe if this... this I would still think it's a bit dangerous. Because you might lose the pawn endgame. I mean, that's what I mean, like king h5, king g4, right? Might be still dangerous. But you don't know, right? Anyway, he played f3, which doesn't really change much, because if black was to play knight e5, now we are sure, right? Oh, king f2 as well. King f2, king e3.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, king F3.
The king is too close. King f2 is probably easier. So yeah, fair chance that Chumabayev will save. But the other one, Sindarov, has a very good chance.
Yeah. And amongst the top 20, there's another game that I would love for us just to give an assessment of, although it is pretty crazy. It's Panda Sambit against Pranav. Because whilst everyone is in an endgame, these
yeah.
are not.
Endgames are so nice. Why do we have to do it? Endgames are so nice. Whoa, and it was, yeah, I'm just clicking through, like, looking at positions that happened during this game. It was a massive fight. It was a massive fight, and say, around move 40 in a time scramble, it's been a lot of jumps, a lot of tactics. Bishop d4, and here, and here, and here.
Wow.
Knight f5. Bishop f8, rook f8, knight f3. To d1 and g4. And white's attacking. And black's, yeah, rook d6. What's rook d6?
Wait, so there's a reason why h5 cannot be taken then?
Wait.
Oh, queen.
Rook d6, he wants to take on f2, right?
Okay, okay. Yeah, yeah, that's right.
Rook d6, though, leaves the rook on 3, but the point is queen h4 attacking this guy and only then taking the rook. So rook d6 is a very annoying move, in fact. You also don't like to leave the first rank because rook b1. It's not a checkmate, but it is an annoying move. So what do you do? Like bishop f2. Maybe let's ask ourselves like, how threatening bishop f2 is. It is pretty threatening. It wins the queen for a bishop, right? Yeah, I was thinking some silly things like g5, but...
Just queen takes, yeah? Queen takes and...
I think bishop f2 works as well. Bishop f2, king f2, rook b2, stuff like this. But yeah, queen takes is good enough to stop calculating these lines. So what do I do? Because like moving the king doesn't really help. You still take this guy. And knight d6, there's always queen h4. So I'm panicking. And possibly...
Is rook d5 a move?
Whoa. That's a good one, but yeah, but what do we do
Takes...
when he finally takes?
Yeah, takes on d6, but you take on h4.
Yeah, like if knight takes d6, queen h4 was always always the point, yeah.
But maybe that line, sorry, on the first one, after rook d6, g5 maybe is a good move, because after queen takes,
but
you can pull back the knight to f3 first. Oh, there's a check.
There's a check, and king takes, it's rook b2, right? I mean, I don't know, maybe that's kind of your best chance, but you do lose the queen, right?
Yeah,
and you got to lose it with check.
or checkmate on
King f3,
g5.
knight g5. Yeah, so that's why I don't want to take with, with the queen.
So if bishop f2, then
Bishop f2.
king h2.
King h2, but then queen takes, right?
Or bishop
You
bishop
could also
g3.
throw- yeah.
Bishop g3 works.
Bishop g3. Bishop g3. Yeah, right. Bishop g3. The queen is hanging. Oof.
Okay, so g5 doesn't work because of bishop f2.
Doesn't work, but he has to play something. He went queen f3, allowing
And there-
g5, allowing check on b1. I think like white's getting checkmated.
Yeah, and white has 1 minute left on the clock, so it's a very complicated position for white to play. And queen f3 is on the board?
Yeah,
I see.
queen f3 was played. He had to do something. He was left with like 1 minute to play. So do we play knight g5, threatening the queen with a check? I think it might be a good move.
Is there any danger to the black king?
Yeah,
The reason I'm asking is because why not go
some check, right?
rook to b1
Uh-huh.
and then...
King h2.
And now I want to be fancy. You might not like this, guys, but I'm going to go bishop takes f2.
Oh, I like it. And then you go rook d1.
And then I go rook d1.
Yeah.
And
Bishop f2, wow.
are you not excited?
Well, I am. I mean, as like imagining myself playing this one with white, I'm not excited. I'm scared, but yeah, I guess I have no choice. I
And now
take.
rook to d1.
You go here, and once again I have no choice but to play g3. And apparently I lose somehow. I mean, I should, because you kind of have 2 extra rooks, right? My rooks are not doing anything. But how to...
Do you have...
Yeah, like you can take. Fun fact that you can take, and I have to take with the king. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, queen takes, loses the queen. King takes, and then...
Give a check on g1.
Give a check on g1. Fair enough. King h2. I would not be surprised if somehow I'm getting checkmated, but it's 2 knights around the king.
Unfortunately, you can't bring in the knight to g5.
Because then
without...
it's a check from a7.
Exactly.
Then it's a check from a7. Maybe it was a bit too optimistic, right? With
Yeah. Well, a crazy game nonetheless. I would like us to go back to the Aditya Sindarov game.
Yeah.
Because
Wow,
there
wow,
have
wow.
been big developments there.
Some huge simplifications. So what has happened there? So g4, No, they've repeated a couple of times. Bishop e8, king b6, bishop a4. He went g4, rook b1 check. And black was not forced to do it, but he decided on going king c5. And the check, and the king went to d4. And captures. It's a check here. Goes rook a3.
Very clever.
Rook a8. King e5. So
Bishop c6,
has to unpin. Has to unpin. Interestingly, may I just check something? Never mind. Bishop c6.
Bishop c6 is forced because
Yeah.
otherwise black had g3.
King f4 as well.
Yeah.
You know, many things. Now, well, if I may, like, I was thinking, but you don't want to do this, right? Like a 5, I was thinking, could win.
I was thinking also,
Oh, maybe that one has rook e8.
Rook e8, yeah, you attack rook e8. Yeah.
Yeah, so
What
king
what
e5.
was your thought?
no, I was just, I needed the king to be on e5, so I was a bit obsessed with this g3 idea, which is the sole point is to go bishop d7. But I did.
Anyway, what he has done seems perfectly reasonable.
Yep.
Because
And
now king gets there.
and bishop will
He'll
go.
move the pawns carefully. He'll attack this guy with the bishop. He'll take it. And
That's
then
an easy win, right?
must be an easy win, even though the pawns are doubled. But
Yeah, but it can easily be disentangled by playing g3 later on in the perfect tempo. Yeah, so looking closer to a victory for Sindarov.
okay, so let me try. I'll do this because the pawn, I'll never save it anyway.
Okay.
I will not
Goes
take it.
E5.
There's king g3.
He goes e5, king
Clever.
e5.
And maybe king g3 here.
Yeah, kind of. King
Okay,
e3,
f5.
Go f5.
Yeah.
Not a big deal.
Right, and say go here, f4, king h2.
King
I mean, I
move.
could go to g2, but
Yeah, it
I'll get the
doesn't-
check. Yeah. And then you win by just going here. Right. You just go here.
And
King d4, white can't do absolutely nothing.
and you break through with
You get there.
g3.
Yeah, like let's say you get there, the bishop stands, and then like you go after with the king on e1, and say I don't know, white does something. You go f3 and next move g3. I think that's it, right? Too much. That's all too.
Yeah, and the
too-
king is already on d4 now.
Yeah, we are somewhat behind. So bishop a4 was played. He did not give a check, interestingly. He went king d4 immediately. Yeah, maybe he doesn't need to. He doesn't need to.
If anything, like f4.
You have en passant.
You have en passant. Pretty much you can just. Yeah, but if I were black, I would just play f4 first and then go for one plan.
That's my approach as well. Like make sure that the king is pushed away. Yeah.
You could even be flashy, right? After a move like f4 and go king
King
t3. Miro's not happy with me.
Nah, not here, not here. Yeah, I'm all pro showing off, but yeah, when you have it guaranteed, you know,
Yeah.
like
Yeah, but the one thing that we must point out is that after a move like f4, it's important that you don't get tempted to go
yeah, you don't take like
G5, 6, f4, because this allows black a blockade
king
on the dark
f4,
squares.
and it'll be
You'll just make it harder for yourself.
You'll probably win
You
though with
still-
like king on f2 and so on. But yeah, but why would you do this to yourself? Yeah, bishop b5, king c3. Yeah, he's just going there. He's going in.
And there have been more simplifications as well in the game Jumabayev against Yakuboev. And remember, if either Sindarov and Jumabayev win, they will share the lead. So we could be looking at the end of the day at 4 players sharing the lead with 5 points out of 6.
So Jumabayev versus Yakuboev. Is there something?
This could be. Okay, can white make a fortress here?
But that's what he's trying to do, right?
Yeah, but can he? Okay, whenever the king goes to h4, you can just play rook g8, yeah?
That's what you do, yeah. So for the time being, I'm kind of looking for the ways for black to kind of destroy this fortress, and it's not easy.
Oh, I know. Okay, king h4.
H5.
No. And then you have to go rook g8, and then now I play rook d5.
But then there is this check.
Ah, the check is annoying. And if I go...
Yeah, like you could go h5 first, but then when you get on g5, I can just say question. Oh, no, I cannot. Look, here, rook g5 still works, right? Because if I take, you take, I'll take this guy, go
king
here,
h4.
you go here, and h4, right?
It depends on the tempo, actually. Okay, king g1.
h3.
h3. Yeah, you can just take back on h3 and then deal with the other pawn later.
Fun enough, if it's black to move,
It's a draw.
it's a draw.
So you have to be very, very precise with the tempo. Wow. Can we see it one more time? Maybe we missed something on the way.
I'm sure we did. So what did we say?
King h4. You want to go
which
to
is-
g3, so you have to
which is
stop it.
It's kind of a threat, right? Well, yeah, I do have to stop it. And then...
You
Well,
cannot move
my
the
question
king.
be, like, is this completely lost?
And then king g3.
King g3 and king f2,
King
right?
f2.
Ah, and then you push this guy and you take
But you've
the
got
f3 guy.
rook to g5,
Yeah, so rook to g5, h4,
and then rook to g4.
h3. That's the... We'll lose the f-pawn. So maybe... It might not be the end still, but why would we have the rook? Yeah, probably.
No,
we
okay,
should-
maybe you can go... No, you can't do it.
You have to take, right?
Yeah.
Hang on. If the rook on g4, you don't have to do this. I think you can just play king e3 and then let it take, and then rook c4. If rook on g4, just on when the rook is on g4.
Yeah.
But you have to come back, yeah?
Yeah, I'll have to wait. No, but I think what we do is just stupid. Yeah, so white has to stop this guy.
h5.
h5, then I have to wait. I don't have that many moves. I have to wait.
Yeah, rook d5.
Rook d5, and I have to wait again. And you go rook g5. So now, one thing to consider would be going rook f8.
King g3.
No, but king g3 I'll actually take. No, you take rook g2. I thought that king g3 I don't see how we win. Because we can't.
Oh, you
this
can
one.
take on that one.
I know, you probably
can.
win like h4 and
H4 takes,
maybe
yeah.
marches, Never mind me. No, what I was saying that after rook g5, rook takes g5 is very important to check, because otherwise, yeah. So rook g5, king g5, king d2, king h4, and I
You simply have to run
cannot
back.
allow
Yeah.
myself to lose this guy, so I have to go to e2. I'm not in time to go to g1, I go to f1, and then you go h4, and then you go h3, and that's it.
That's it.
And just to check, just to show, pawn takes pawn.
Yeah, you take this guy. I mean,
Yeah,
you're
just-
being cynical. Don't need
No,
to.
no, no, no. I
No,
just
just to
wanted
show the
I
previous.
just wanted to
Right.
show everyone.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
why this is a
this one is winning, right?
No.
h4, king e2, and you promote with checks, but you should not even.
King f1.
Should
Yeah.
not even.
No, if king f3, king f1, and then
Yeah,
it's a draw.
right you are. Right you are. I'm an
So
idiot.
you have to take the other
I'm an
pawn.
idiot. Yes. And to confirm on this, I've just destroyed a beautiful line. So what was it again? White's waiting.
Yeah.
Black's getting the rook to g5. White trades. He goes after that. King, 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 king. h4, h3. Collect this guy. Yes. And then we are getting to what they would call a key square on g3, right?
Yep.
Winning it by doing this.
and
Then going here.
we see
So
Yakubov going into
Going
this
for
line.
it. Yeah. King's on h4. Could we kind of go a little bit back? Because I think, yeah, like g5 was played. King f1. Went to g6. cd, check. king h5, king e1, d2, and f4. Yeah, that was pretty forcing. f4 is nice.
Yeah, if g4, king h4.
g4, king h4, rook takes, king g3, and then this falls, and then this falls.
Yeah, that one was nice.
White captured, rook f6, king g5, king h4.
No king h, yeah.
It just goes to show that this might not necessarily have been a win for black if the rook had been on d1 and the king had been on f2, so let's say. So the critical mistake is what I'm trying to say is like actually that transfer of the king behind the d pawn. So maybe
so like rook d2, you mean rook d2 might have held?
Yeah, like might have held, and maybe the king can come to e1, and then you just activate the rook like that.
Could be. I mean, I have difficulties kind of navigating this thing. Is g4 was still a chance though, right?
Yeah.
Like g4, because if you take, it's still this rook c4 trick. And if you don't, what do you even do?
And
yeah, looks like g4 worked.
We are soon going to see a result in the Aditya Mittal against Sindarov game.
Sindarov just wins, right?
Yep,
G3,
he just won with the breakthrough of g3.
Yeah.
And let's show why. Because after pawn takes pawn, black does not capture the pawn, but instead pushes f3, and there's just no way to stop that pawn from eventually promoting and costing white some material.
Yeah, that was a very nice conversion by Sindarov.
Yep.
He found a way to win that we didn't. We thought we were focusing on the A pawn, but instead he just gave that pawn up and focused on the other side of the board. Yeah, actually on the line of what you were showing with this G4 Jumabayev versus Yakubayev, maybe not E5 was a move. It's not quite clear because after G4 you give away for the king to
F1,
forward.
King G6, this, 95.
95.
Yeah, right you are.
And then king F5, king F4.
There is no.
Yeah, it's weakness on the dark square.
But you can take the pawn.
Yeah, you can take
F2,
and still play king F2.
and still fight.
And you're kind of fighting. Yeah, maybe you lost, right? I mean, this is also possible. Like king E6, king d5, but then we activate the rook. Who knows? Anyway, it turns out that there was a better chance that what he did, but it was not that easy to understand. I would bet that this endgame is lost.
Winning by force. Yeah.
Rook g5.
And there was also a decisive result in that crazy game that we just looked at just now. Sambit Panda against Pranav. And it was a win for Pranav, which means that he now moves on to 4.5 points and is in second place.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
wow, not equal second.
After queen f3, rook b2 was played again instead of a check in this game. Yeah. Targeting this guy. Still cannot take because check on b1, check takes the knight with a check, like everything falls with a check. Rook a7. Bishop f2, queen f2, check on d1. Captured the queen, g5.
And
it was pretty clever from white as well. Look, g5, if you take a rook f7 check and so on and so on, rook f1.
So
it's a queen sacrifice.
So it looks like in terms of the leader table that we will have 4 players at the end of the day on 5 points out of 6. And then how many players are there on 4.5 points?
It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. It's a huge number.
Totally.
Huge number.
It still means that anything could happen. It all depends on how you finish.
Interestingly.
Can we go back to that game? Sorry, because I just had some imagination that after rook f1, can we just take on f7 like this?
What game?
Yes,
queen takes.
The panda.
And then g6.
And queen takes.
And after that, rook here check.
King goes to...
guys, it's not showing on the...
Right.
Or am I missing
Irene
something?
with brilliant tactical tricks. So, after rook f1...
Yeah. Takes on f7.
Rook takes f7. Was it a chance?
You have to take,
Rook
right?
takes.
Yeah, G6.
G6.
And can you not just leave it? Go king to H8?
There is Rook A.
Because Rook H1 is checkmate.
There is Rook A8. If King H8, Rook A8 check.
I didn't spot that little rook.
But maybe,
Right.
maybe. Then after
you
that,
do-
Queen G8, G7, then King H7.
Yeah.
But this something has to
Yeah,
be.
I mean, of course, yeah, you're absolutely right. It had to be played.
Yeah.
It's a nice trick. Rook F7. Could this be the move, though? I know it is annoying.
Yeah, maybe at this point anything
still
can happen.
you still need to play it, right? I mean, still need to play it. The fun fact, there is no move that saves white, right, from... Crazy. But anyway, the line that Irene spotted was G6 check, and if queen takes G6, it's Rook A7.
And King H8. And
King H8, you're checkmate.
Oh, checkmate.
With two knights. No, I have to do this, not to lose. I have to do this, not to lose. And then what you
have
do
knight
is
E7
knight E7, and I run away, or
And
kind
now-
of attempt to run away.
One knight comes.
Or
and
one of the
takes
knights
queen.
takes the queen. I don't know which one. But
it doesn't matter.
Interestingly, like if you run out of checks, you're still getting checkmated, right?
Yeah, unfortunately, you need to capture one of the pawns
With a
on
check.
F4 or H5 with a check. But beautiful resource, though,
Yeah.
Irene. And should have been
Nicely-
tried at least.
Yeah, nicely spotted. So because instead what he did was just go G4, check, knight G2, and the knight was kind of forced back to G2.
Then you
And
just simply a
F3,
queen down.
like F3 wins.
Yeah.
Insists on checkmate.
Okay, and let's head back to the Jumabayev-Yakuboev game.
Rook F8 was played. So now both, according to what we found, both King G3 and Rook takes G2 should be winning, right? I would still play Rook G2, I would guess. Because there's no danger of stalemate, right? Rook F4, everything comes
King G3 and then
with
just
a
push the
tempo and then
pawns.
push
Yeah.
the H pawn.
Yeah, very clinical as well.
And this is the last game. Let me check. Not only the last game in top 10, but pretty much like on top 30 boards. So there are still a few games played like lower, but not that many. I mean, if you look at the playing hall, perhaps like 5 up to 10 games in progress out of how many do we have? 78, right?
We have 78 matches in progress.
Okay.
Wow.
F8. Let's check the other one, maybe. King to
But
G3.
you know, actually,
Yep.
in the Jumabayev-Yakuboev game, the losing mistake, I would say,
Yes.
is actually moving the rook to the 8th row. White could have held it. If you go all the way back to
Rook F6, King G5.
50, no, it moved 50,
Three.
51. Let's go around to 51.
51. Okay,
Yeah.
51 was King D1.
Yes.
Doesn't look like he
And
has
then-
alternatives. Yes, King D1
And then black plays
F4.
F4. Pawn takes pawn.
is correct.
And was that what was happened?
G pawn,
Yeah,
G
and
takes,
now-
G takes.
He had to play rook e6.
Rook E6. Was the idea to go Rook E4?
Some counter attack
Is it?
there.
Well, the
I think so,
idea
yeah.
is, well, what are you going to play? How are you going to make progress? So
Yeah, if
you
King
step-
G5.
If you step, yeah, so King G5, you step forward, you let go of
Rook
the
E2.
pawn. So, and then you just go and whoa, look at this, Rook E4.
Yeah.
Rook E4, yeah. And if Rook goes away,
Then you just wait on the 4th row.
and this is, yeah, like you just keep the Rook on the 4th rank.
And what about instead of Rook
But-
E4, can I play Rook E2? And only when you play King H4, then I play Rook E4. Is it still winning or? I mean, is it still drawn or is it losing for both?
Yeah, like H5 you can't take still, right?
So you want to play, instead of
Yeah, h5, yeah.
I think h5 and still we will get to this.
Yeah.
No. You
stupid
mustn't
endgame.
let the king to h4, basically.
Right. So you keep,
Yeah, you
Yeah,
gotta
you stay on the
hold
fourth rank.
the
yeah.
fourth rank.
So rook e4, but that's not easy to
No.
kind of figure out. Right?
It's like the principle, no? The fourth rank defense.
What is the principle? There is no principle.
I know, I'm making
You're
it up.
making stuff up live on air.
Well, that's the beauty of being commentators.
Right. That's what I do for a living, right? So rook takes g2, rook f5. Fair enough. Then among many other things, rook g5 wins. No, he
King
decided.
g3.
Let's go g3.
Yeah, and have two extra pawns.
Rook takes.
f3.
Rook takes. Sorry, king takes f3.
Yep. And we are nearing the end of today's broadcast, I guess, Yovi.
Yes, we are. And that means at the end of today's play, we will have
4 leaders.
4 leaders on 5 points out of 6 and a massive chasing pack on 4.5 points out of 6. So anything can happen in these final 3 rounds.
Right, Magnus caught up with Hikaru, believe it or not.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
On 4.5, that is. And yeah, three endgame rounds of the tournament will be of great importance. You, Jovi, call them the money rounds, right?
I call them the money rounds, yes.
Yeah, fair enough. And I've heard this theory, like the most important games. Yeah, I mean, it's a fun way to put it, but I think it's absolutely right. So in a Swiss tournament, the most important games are like the last 3 games because, what's the explanation? Like in previous rounds, you nevertheless will score some points. And then if you win last 3, it's very good. And were you on 6 out of 6, but they lost last 3, still nothing, right?
Yeah.
So it was, I mean, funny way to put it, but it was absolutely right. Like
Also when the nerves start jangling, because people
Absolutely.
start realizing, you know, they're close to norms, they're close
sometimes
to
close
some
to
prize money.
chunk
And
of money.
let's
Yeah.
remind
Yeah.
ourselves that it's $25,000 first prize.
Right. More things at stakes in the final few rounds. And my wish, or kind of like my dream tomorrow, is to have the pairing between Magnus Carlsen versus Gukesh. Because it is technically possible.
Oh,
Magnus
Yeah.
played with the black pieces, Gukesh played with white, so colors match.
And Magnus will continue playing the Indian National Championship.
but this time,
Honestly, I don't think they will play.
No,
because
that would
too
be just my
many,
dream.
You know, too many players in this
Yeah.
group.
With 4.5.
It's 4.5. Well, the real question is, do 4 leaders match somehow against each other, or could it be... No, they probably did not play each other yet, right? I mean, there should be like an ability to,
yeah. And
to match them in
I'm going to
some
see
way.
resignation soon.
King to
So
G1.
King took the D2 pawn and King
With
to
the
G1
check,
with
and
the
then-
check, F3, F2,
And there you go.
unstoppable. And there we have a handshape. And Yakuboev, with the black pieces, defeats Jumabayev and now is in the shared lead with 5 points out of 6. Well, it's been a day of comebacks. We saw Magnus Carlsen finally win a game with the black pieces in the way that Magnus does it best.
Yep.
You know, just putting pressure on his opponent and then forcing them to crack in time trouble.
Yes, and we see 2 Indian leaders and 2 Uzbek leaders. So, wow,
These
go
countries-
Asian, you know?
Yeah, like, but this
Yeah.
country specifically kind of a powerhouse.
Powerhouse, yeah.
Right? I mean, with a lot of young talent.
Well, it's quite interesting, actually, because when I first looked at the player list, I saw that there were 75 players from India playing, and the second country was actually 14 players from Uzbekistan. And here we can see the final results from round 6. Magnus Carlsen winning his game with the black pieces and now moves into shared second place. alongside none other than Hikaru Nakamura, who could only draw with the white pieces against a very solid David Paravyan. So what results entertained you the most?
Surely Karthikeyan and Maksudlu.
Yeah,
That's a very entertaining draw.
yeah, that was the game was very impressive. Right?
For me, I also really liked for its visual aspect, Arjun Erigaisi against Marcarian. Just an international master, but soon to be grandmaster for sure. And, well, we also saw a tremendous battle between Gukesh and Vaishali, but in the end, it was Gukesh who emerged triumphant, and he is also in shared second. So tomorrow, if we also check out games 11 to 20, we can see that a lot of fighting chess, a lot of draws, but a lot of decisive results as well. Anish Giri securing a most important win against Bilal Balasain, and also a victory for Pranav, who is also now in shared second place. So tomorrow, round 7.
Right.
What do we expect?
Some bloodshed on the top boards for sure, because as you said, it's the last few rounds of the money rounds, and I think the players are taking it very seriously right now because money at stake, $25,000 for the first prize, and yeah, I would expect a game like what we had today, like Karthikeyan versus Maksudlu, will be happening in the last 2 rounds a lot.
Yeah, and for you,
Yeah, like
Miro, what was your highlight, and what are you predicting?
Well, highlights are pretty much the same. Yeah, like in Maksudlu's game. Yeah, well, Magnus finally winning with black, even though the game wasn't that flashy, but also matters. Yeah, I just want to say that, well, perhaps money is a motivator, but also, like for talented but yet not the elite grandmasters. Imagine you're winning a tournament where Magnus Carlsen is playing. Isn't it sometimes worth more than the first prize? You know, you've won a tournament with Carlsen being in the composition, right? So that's really, really a lot. So of course, like those on the very top are very motivated to show their best. Those who are somewhat lacking behind, still 3 rounds to go, so you can, you know,
Anything can still happen. Yeah.
try to win all 3 and be up there. So it's going to be getting tenser and tenser day by day.
You said it there, Miro. It will be getting tense tomorrow as the players move on to round 7. Only 3 games remaining. What will happen? Well, who knows? You're going to have to find out as you tune in tomorrow at 2 p.m. to catch all the action. Thank you, everyone, for watching, and see you tomorrow.
Bye.
In a world full of innovation, there remains one timeless world. A world that hasn't changed for more than 1,000 years. A world with devoted traditions, just like Qatar's traditions. Qatar stands as a notable example of blending traditions with modernity, much like chess. Join us in Qatar Master Open 2023, where you will witness the best chess players go head-to-head in a tactical battle. If you wish to succeed, you must brave the risk of failure.